Щоб з ним... Сорен? Сорен? А навіщо ми це? Він у себе там в посольстві, да? Тобто просто перевірити, що кадр...
Можливо, він зараз в іншому каналі. Так, давайте зараз просто так. Ще раз.
Soren? Do you hear me? Soren? Soren, do you hear me? Soren? Do you hear me, Soren?
Звук наш туди йде.
Ми хочемо просто перевірити, що кадр правильний, що презентація його вийде, і як буде міняти слайди. Зараз, що його презентація видна.
Он должен быть расшарить свою презентацию.
Перевірити, що ми чуємо його.
Ну, я не знаю, в якому він зараз каналі, українському чи на англійському. Ми зараз в загальному, я перемкнувся на загальний канал, на оригінальний.
Ага. Йому дасть...
Він перший у нас тут?
Ні, він не перший, він на останньому, третьому панелі. Я йому дам це.
Ну, от так, ну це ж він же ж під'єднався.
Він буде підключитися до цього каналу. У нього немає іншого.
Ні, я розумію, це, дивіться, просто у кожного ще є переклад. Вибрати канал, мову.
А, він англійський буде, на англійському.
Ми зараз в оригінальному. Я не знаю, як у нього налаштований комп'ютер, що він там зараз, яку мову, оригінальну чи англійську. Якщо англійську, то перекладач зараз поки що нічого не перекладає. Ми можемо перекладати на українську. Ярослава, будь ласка, ми хочемо порозмовляти з
Паном Сореном.
паном Сореном, він підписаний як СМО. І я так розумію, що він або не чує, або в нього щось з налаштуваннями. Доброго дня.
Good day, Mr. Soren. Can you hear me in English channel?
Може, в нього вимкнений звук? З нашої сторони все працює.
Ми бачимо його.
Так, ми його бачимо. Та ні, все буде добре.
Ага.
Вчера тоже допоздна сидели, сделали так, чтобы исключить максимально все варианты. Только если свет полностью потухнет.
У нас нету свет YouTube. Есть технически запротоколированные. Главное, что
Сегодня мы можем уже бесперебойник на все поставить. Так что даже если частично пропадет, в принципе, я застрахован. Уже вчера...
Як мене чути, будь ласка, спікер із Zoom, англомовний спікер із Zoom, будь ласка, як мене чутно? Soundcheck,
English speaking speakers. Can you hear me now?
От ми це бачимо.
Can you hear the floors from here?
Прошу, щоб він включив мікрофон на чат. Ага. Чи можна на чат тоді, ще раз його. Він нас не чує.
Ви нас чуєте?
Can you hear us? Is English channel audible?
Сорен, ви мене чуєте? Ні, так повинен перекладач щось розмовляти. Сорен, ви мене чуєте?
Soren, can you hear me?
Будь ласка, під'єднайтесь в англійський канал.
Please join the English channel.
Це він має на англійський канал.
Так.
У нього на комп'ютері на Zoom є така функція.
Ну ось отак, я ж показую вам, що ось ми вибираємо мову.
Here you can select the language you would like to listen in.
На чаті він напише, що
Перекладач пише, що в англійському каналі він теж не чує.
тобто він на англійському каналі.
Ні, ми не знаємо, в якому він каналі.
Не знаю.
З ним є якийсь зв'язок помимо Zoom?
Ну, телефон. Hello, Soren. Yeah, I see we can't hear you because we are not sure you are on the right channel, right channel first. You have one Ukrainian channel and an English channel, and you must switch to the English channel so that the translator can do the translation. So it's on your screen. There is a line of icons on the down, and you will see UK, Ukrainsky.
Там може бути.
And you will switch to English.
Там має бути земна куля, шар.
Yes, there is Earth symbol, Earth symbol.
Так, я буду поставити.
From the bottom at the bottom of the screen, yes. It's like translation, probably. Probably yes, yes. So you will switch to English, and switch also your microphone on because your microphone is not. I mean, on the Zoom.
And I can hear this audio on.
1, 2, 3. Ви нас чуєте зараз? Симон. Сорен.
Do you hear us? Now do you hear us from?
I hear you now.
Okay, very good. So the sound is okay.
Порозмовляйте з нами.
And when you speak to us,
Так.
can you speak to?
Сорен, будь ласка, порозмовляйте зі мною на англійській. А перекладач, будь ласка, перекладайте, якщо почуєте щось.
Alexander, I'm talking now.
We go through the translator, so you can speak in English, and the translator speaks.
Right. Okay. So here I am. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Can you hear what I'm saying now?
Ярослава, будь ласка, перекладайте, що нам Сорен каже. Ярослава.
Interpreter is not actually.
Ну то, що звук приходить, я бачив. В
So
мене.
your sound is going through. Yes,
That's good. Fine. I just need to figure out how to share my screen now.
yeah. So to share the screen on Zoom, also on the bottom, you have
Yeah.
not a big effect. Share this screen.
Yeah. I have the share. Yeah.
Все, ми вас чуємо в залі.
Okay, we hear you well.
Okay. So I got the share link on my screen. I'm not just sure how to actually share the presentation I have. So can we just look at this and then call back in 30 minutes?
30 minutes will be already in the panel, so we will be on already on the panel. Через півгодини не можу.
Ну, вже ж через 10 хвилин, через 15 хвилин почнемо.
In 10 minutes we are starting the first panel, so you can do it. Він поширить свою презентацію, він сам буде його.
Якщо він поширить, то він сам буде її перемикати.
If you share your presentation, so then you will be yourself changing the slides yourself.
Перекладач кудись дівся, десь.
Yeah. I will be changing my slides myself, but I'm still not. I can't get my presentation on the Zoom platform. I'm just trying to figure out how to do that.
Окей. Він просто не розуміє, як це робити, як це в Zoom є така кнопочка, щоб поширити, да? Він просто, напевно, не
Так це потрібно було вчора, мабуть, тестувати. Це зараз. Там є скріншари.
There is some screen share function
Ну,
also on the
російською
bottom.
поділіться.
You must, it's a green
Yeah,
icon.
I see that. Yeah.
Okay, so this is it. And then you can share your screen, but your presentation will be already open on the screen.
It's just I need to get it into a kind of slideshow mode. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we see your screen, but the present.
Ні. Ось. Немає.
No? No, we can't see your screen. Що це?
Він ще не ділиться. Треба вибрати, яким поділитися, а потім нажати.
Так, там є круг.
Ні, вона є, але вона щось є. Один є, але не перекладає.
Він спочатку має відкрити свою презентацію.
Так.
So, first you must open your presentation.
Yeah.
And then share the screen with the presentation.
Yeah. This is because I'm working from two screens here, so it's a little difficult for me to figure out what to do.
Сергій там, він каже, що він не призначений перекладачем.
Тому що він зайшов своїм чолом.
Sorry? Okay, could you?
Як він називається?
Як ваш логін?
Якщо один перекладач мене під'єднався, іншого перекладача.
Сергій Сержевський написано.
Yeah. Yeah.
Use it.
Yeah. Because then it all. Sorry? No, that's my. That's my.
Вона щось не відповіла на мобільну.
Yes, I have this. On this one?
Телефоную Ярослава.
Now the. Right here. Could we? Should I drag the? I should probably.
Ви вже зайшли, щось не виходить.
Like that.
Дивились, ви її виведете, все нормально, так? Якщо, що вона мене робила?
Алло. Так, Ярослава каже, що в неї все добре, можемо перевірити якось? Так, ми вас чуємо.
Так, повторіть, будь ласка, тому що я вас зараз чула.
Та я хочу перевірити, чи все працює.
Hold on.
Не знаю. Що робити?
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
О, зараз хтось англійською каже.
Yes, yes, Soren, we see you now. We see your presentation.
Like this?
Хочеться
Окей.
перевірити вже час,
Окей.
що у нас працює
So,
переклад. У нас буде перший
We
переклад.
need to check
Зразу
the
стартуємо переклад на англійську.
the translation
І
now.
десь через хвилин 30-40 буде один
Окей.
спікер англійською, два спікери. І одне відео англійською.
Can you hear me now?
А можна, щоб хтось перекладав?
А можете спробувати перекладати хтось, щоб ми послухали, чи це
Його,
працює?
так.
So,
Сергій.
чуємо. Мгм.
Це є.
Все, дивіться, зараз вже
Він наш.
йде.
Англійську.
Сорень, будь ласка, якщо ви нас чуєте, відповідайте нам. Це я звертаюсь до англомовного спікера. Прохання перекладача Сергій. Спитайте Сорена, чи він нас чує. Бо ми вас чуємо в перекладі чудово. І йому якось потрібно дати зрозуміти, що йому потрібно вибрати англійський канал.
I hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me now?
Сорен,
Yeah.
ви мене чуєте?
I am here. Can
Ви
you hear
мене
me?
чуєте чи ні? Я розумію, ви зможете з ним порозмовляти українською мовою чи ні? А перекладач буде перекладати його відповіді. Зараз я дам нашому модератору Олександру мікрофон, і він поспілкується українською, а ви нам будете перекладати в обі сторони, будь ласка.
Він підключив на англійську, на українську, на англійську. Сорен?
Yeah.
Так, я з вами зараз українською, а перекладач має перекладати на англійську. Чи ви не чуєте? Якщо чуєте, прошу мене щось відповісти.
Are you talking to me? So,
Я бачу, що ви щось казали, але я вас не чую.
so Alexander, what are we waiting for now?
Сорен?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Що він нам щось... Тобто його треба казати, що він... Який канал має він зараз підключитися? Англійський. Треба йому передати... Ми йому вже казали, що він треба... А ви зараз з ним на зв'язку чи ні? Він чує вас?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, and I'm calling again because it looks like the connection is not working. Did you switch to the English channel?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Yes, so you're in the English channel.
Yes.
But you don't hear us, huh? You don't hear the translator in English.
But I will change once again now, like this. It's now changed.
Yes.
Okay, are you better now?
Yes. Так,
Yes,
спробуємо
now I
зараз.
can.
Він знову переключився
Yes,
на
now I
англійський.
hear
І
the-
остання
now I hear the
проба,
English.
тому що треба зав'язати.
1, 2, 3.
So you can hear me, and
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm
Окей? Добре. Ну, ми перекладача обратно не чуємо.
Ну зараз вас чуємо, так, так. То,
Okay, I leave it as it is.
Заходили, не садились, бы они толпятся,
Okay,
стесняются зайти.
we'll talk later. Bye. Yeah, bye.
так, ну, будемо сподіватися, що все до його початку.
Oh.
Дякую.
Вона не оголошує, що за декілька хвилин. А, у вас тоже есть. Да, я же
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Я объяснил. Я сразу объяснил, это все выходы с кинозала и боковые. Боковые и задние.
Hej. Hej. Undskyld, jeg var lidt forsinket, men jeg har sådan en... Jeg skal lige have ventet lidt her. Jeg skal lige have slukket ned for noget. Det er fordi, vi har en konference, hvor jeg har lovet at sige nogle ting. Kan du høre mig? Nej, det er fint nok. Nej, det er faktisk fint nok. Det er kun fordi, jeg...
Видишь, Таня? А как дети будут заходить в кинозал? Там же много детей. Один ИВК функционирует. Да не, ну какой сцену. Это майже 1000 человек. Господи, ну почему они решают? Там у нас один выход, остается ИВК выход, а он всего лишь один функционирует, и все. А у нас 1000 детей. Ну ладно, ну, ему сказали, или он сам решил, я не знаю. Это не моя на самом деле задача, поэтому я особо не хочу это лезть. Я так спросил. Удобненько. Давай, да.
Шановні гості виставки «Акватерм», запрошуємо вас на 3-ю міжнародну конференцію «Водні ресурси України. Стратегія управління та сучасні рішення». Ми починаємо за декілька хвилин. Просимо займати свої місця.
Я не бачу Пайперс. По одному мікрофону.
Один, два, три.
Ви сказали за декілька хвилин.
Все. Чудово. Тринадцять 30, да. 4 години.
Шановні гості виставки «Акватерм», шановні учасники та гості Міжнародної водної конференції, будь ласка, займайте свої місця, ми починаємо вчасно. Конференція Української водної асоціації відбувається втретє, впродовж 2 років. Наша спільнота збирала експертів водної галузі, водної політики України, також залучали міжнародних партнерів в водній галузі з різних країн. У наших заходах приймали участь спеціалісти з Сполучених Штатів Америки, з Франції, з Південної Кореї, з Японії, з Нідерландів, з Франції. Сьогодні ми очікуємо наших партнерів з Південної Кореї, Франції, Данії, Швеції і також Сполучених Штатів Америки. Задача нашої конференції – це створити майданчик для обговорення важливих питань водної галузі, водної політики загалом в Україні, а також імплементації найсучасніших рішень в водній індустрії з міжнародного рівня. Наша виставка традиційно відбувається в рамках виставки «Aquatherm», і я з приємністю хочу запросити до слова незмінного керівника та директора виставки «Aquatherm Kyiv», керівника проєкту «Rebuild Україну» пані Олену Кононенко. Будь ласка.
Дуже дякую. Доброго ранку всім. Перш за все, для мене це дійсно і для нашої компанії Premier Expo є велика честь, те, що ця конференція відбувається в рамках
place within the framework of our exhibition. That's the biggest exhibition in Ukraine. As for this industry, we're here represented the best samples, just equipment for water industry of Ukraine. And I would like again to greet all of you and welcome to this event today. I don't want to take your time because today we have quite a full agenda. And I would like to use this opportunity to say that Rebuild Ukraine, we are implementing in Warsaw. It's temporary. We know that from the security point of view, our international partners cannot come simultaneously all together to Ukraine. That is why we have this project in Warsaw. But those issues we raised there, those projects that represent Ukrainian communities, most of them deal with the reconstruction of the critical infrastructure, water infrastructure, and we can see now that in 3 years after having conducted such events in Warsaw, we can see that the assimilation of the process is taking place and international support is clearly visible, tangible in Ukraine, in communities and water supply companies and other enterprises involved. So we are expecting for our victory to come with the full capacity to reconstruct not only the water industry, but the whole economy of Ukraine generally. Thank you once again for finding this opportunity to join us today. Thank you, dear partners. Українська водна асоціація, Ukrainian Water Association, Artem Shira, thank you personally, and he did a great job. And today you're going to have a great full agenda, rich agenda. Have a great day. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Olena, for a really ambitious plan, Rebuild Ukraine. We do need it very much. It's a great requirement for this, and we don't have much time. Now we are defending our country. At the same time, we should get ready to modernize our country. So to stand up despite any risks and threats, and different sectors of industries of Ukraine now are facing. And I would like also to greet all the representatives of the ambassadors and the representatives of the embassies of Israel and representatives of the Republic of Estonia. And it's a really great meaning, it makes great meaning to us that the representative officers, meaning the trade mission of Israel, also are in touch with us all the time, supporting us, implementing the modern resolutions in the water industry. Thank you so much for this. So today we are having 3 panels, and we decided to divide them into some particular tasks. Task 1, the national policy. Panel 1, national policy. Next one shall deal with the micro levels, meaning the level of utility companies, water supplying companies, meaning the local level. Next panel is devoted to international support and investments, donors, funds, engagement for the sake of reconstructing of Ukraine and modernizing Ukrainian infrastructure, water supply infrastructure. In case you have any questions in the course of this work, of this meeting, please ask your questions or send it to the organizers committee. And I would like to highlight that we have quite strict time in today. So dear speakers, we kindly ask you to follow the agenda and stick to the program of this event. And first panel is the panel that deals with the Ukraine's water resources, strategic management, infrastructure projects, and sustainable development. And the president of Ukrainian Water Association, you're welcome to join me. Igor Hopchak, the head of the State Water Resources Agency of Ukraine, and Roman Komendant, deputy head of the State Agency for Restoration and Infrastructure Development in Ukraine for digital development, digital transformation, and digitalization. And Mikhailo Yatsuk, director of the Institute of Water Problems and Land Reclamation, National Academy of Agrarian Sciences of Ukraine. As well as I would like to invite our 2 guests online. Byung Hon Kim, Senior Manager, Korean Water Resources Corporation, and Susan Marcotte, TLab, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Litya, MIT Ukrainian Water Project. Thank you. It's over to you. Now you can hear me. Great. Good day, everyone. I am Yevhen Kuny, and now I am the president of Ukrainian Water Association. And I would like to say a few words about our activities, about how we were trying to build up this panel discussion, what was the main goal. And in the panel today, we have Mr. Kopchak, who is, and also Mr. Roman Commandant, the head of the State Water Resources Agency of Ukraine and deputy head of the State Agency for Restoration and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine, and Mr. Hunko, president of Ukrainian Water Association. And also today we are having today with us Water, so to represent the water policy being implemented in Korea. So we had the goal to gather together all the main beneficiaries who deal with implementation of the main policies and with whom we can elaborate on the water management policy. And in the course of the presentation, we are going to ask dear speakers to join us and trying to expand it. And I would like to give it over to Mr. Igor from State Water Agency in your presentation. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for having me today. Thank you, dear colleagues, participating today. Thank you, Armed Forces of Ukraine, for we have this possibility to participate in this event. And I would like to mention that the State Agency of Water Resources of Ukraine is running the state policy and is aligned with the documents where it is mentioned. There is the list of functions, our mandate, meaning, so that's the state code, water code of Ukraine, and the strategy till 2050. And our main goals and functions are prescribed in this document, and we are aligned with the state policy. We are implementing this policy, and I would like also to mention that in Ukraine, the water management, water resources management is aligned with the basins principle. Basins management, here we have the integrated water resources management, and we know that in Ukraine we have 9 main water basins. We have conducted huge scope of work for a couple of years. We have been operating. We have 9 plans how to manage water basins. At the end of 2024, the government of Ukraine, there was the order from the government of Ukraine approving our policies, and since then we have been moving forward, fulfilling all of the events and measures mentioned in this document, meaning to maintain the quality of the water resources in Ukraine following the EU legislation as well. Water management, besides we deal with anti-flood activities, water drainage, meaning flooded territories, and we protect the settlements. How to move forward, how to use it. The main point here is that our work in dealing with the water management, that's to provide the water to settlements, which are the villages, rural areas. Currently, there are some of them that use the water being delivered in tanks, but now under the aggression of Russian Federation, the State Water Agency should deal not only with the issues dealing with the rural areas, but also we had to develop the state-targeted program of water supply of the regions suffering from the military aggression, meaning 9 oblasts of Ukraine. All 9 oblasts are the frontline oblasts. Those are the oblasts which were damaged when Kakhovka water dam was targeted, and there is the area of issues. So here we should say that the surface water is providing the majority of the water supply to the households. Kakhovka water reservoir was before the explosion quite large, but after that almost 19 cubic kilometers was the total area of this water reservoir after the explosion, and around 18 before, and it was used for energy supply, for water supply, for irrigation, etc. And generally, this ruination was not only about ruining of Kakhovka Reservoir. We've lost, together with Kakhovka Reservoir, more than 20 cubic kilometers that were accumulated, which could be used for the industries of agrarian sector, energy sector, and to provide for the needs of the population. We have been facing those problems since 2014, when in Luhansk and Donetsk oblasts, there were first hostilities taken place when Crimea was annexed, and when there were problems appearing with the North Crimean Canal. And owing to the world ban, we had the quick survey, and we could identify that to rebuild and reconstruct all those ruined facilities, we need more than $10 billion. For this purpose, there was developed this state-targeted program of complex water supply for those 9 regions suffering from the before-mentioned events. And this strategy covers a period of time till 2030, and there are 60 measures that are to be taken within the framework of this project. The total value, 54 billion hryvnia. And on the screen, you can see the map with the oblasts, which are a part of the state-targeted program. But I would like to mention that this program was developed for those areas suffering from hostilities. But in fact, the whole Ukraine now is requiring modernization of the water supply system. The main structure is 70 years old, and 70%, for 70%, this structure is in the shabby condition. And we have also problems in Kharkiv Oblast and in other oblasts. So here, the water supply program, for you not to think that we have troubles only in those mentioned oblasts, those marked on the map, but we have generally problem with the water supply and water resources in Ukraine. Those goals you can see on the screen, meaning within the framework of this state program, meaning to build the systems of water supply, meaning water supply pipeline network in Odessa and Mykolaiv Oblast. Odessa, my apologies, Mykolaiv drank water from Dnipro River, and when the water supply network was ruined, we tried to rebuild this. The next time, after the next damage, it became impossible, and Russian Federation is all the time hitting and damaging the water supply system, which pumps water from Dnipro. That is why today there is canal Dnipro and Hulets, which supplies the water to the city of Mykolaiv, providing Kryvyi Rih with water as well. But today, we started reconstructing from Nova Odessa, building pump station and water supply pipeline network, and for the city of Mykolaiv, and we hope that we can finish it this year, and the reconstruction agency is dealing with this. And then we speak about the capital renovation and revamping of the hydrotechnical facilities. Our channels were used as the fortifying and defense means, as not only simply to manage the water, to mitigate the water, but also to fight against the equipment and weaponry of the enemy. So the area was impacted this way, and also to engage the groundwaters, meaning the state resources are to deal with this. This agency is to deal with this, and we should drill new holes. We have 12 events already planned, and territorial communities could submit their projects, and the total value is 54 billion hryvnia, meaning not only the state finances, but also the local finances and investors' funds, and all those permitted under law. And we believe that by 2030, we hope to get this plan being implemented to provide 4 million people with the water supply after the occupation, meaning 9 million people will be provided with the water after the occupation and after all those measures taken place. If we divide the sum into and the state should spend 5,800 hryvnia per each person per year per one person to provide this person with a water supply. It's not so much, but when we speak about the total sum, 54 million, for example, it's much. If we divide the number, it's not so much, but the total number here is really high. And for a minute to take your time, I can see that I'm running out of time. You can check my presentation. This time is distracting me, disturbing me. I cannot focus on my presentation. I'm trying to follow the agenda. So the main point, we have the hope that after the reconstruction takes place, investors, European investors, and our state, being the member of the European community, and we are in the process of the negotiation to enter the EU. In Brussels, we are going to speak about the directives we are implementing. We are going to discuss them, and we already had 2 meetings online. In mid-June, we are to have the main meeting, and our central body of the executive branch are supposed to stand for their directives. We stand for this water management directive and the environment quality, meaning here the quality of surface waters. We have 4 powerful laboratories on the territory of Ukraine of eastern, western, northern, southern areas, and 3 of them have certificates, ISO standards, and we are working on Odessa one. Thank you for your attention. Sorry, here the timer telling me I should finish my speech. Thank you, Mr. Igor. At the end, we will have a discussion, asking each other questions, and now I would like Mr. Roman from the State Reconstruction Agency to tell us about the existing projects, as we have some structure of water management system and the water agencies through the basin and within the Department of Basin Management are planning their strategies. Definitely, they face the lack of financing and mechanisms. But currently, there is the executive body and the State Water Agency, which actually started implementing critically important water projects, which are currently defined as the most relevant, and the State Agency is developing the criteria to measure and to prioritize those projects. And Mr. Roman is going to represent the achievements of the water agency, and he's going to speak about the plans for the nearest future, because they did a great job, and the main of them being implemented, those large-scale projects being implemented, and the independence of Ukraine in 1991, these are one of the largest projects being implemented since then, and they've covered the issues caused by Russian aggression in southern oblasts. Mr. Roman. Good day, dear participants. First of all, thank you so much for having me today, and I'm really delighted to participate in this event, in this forum, and I would like to demonstrate you the structure of the agency of restoration and the water supply system restoration plans. Here we again are speaking about the water, housing, being all very important, but the agency of restoration, we have different approaches to different issues implementing big infrastructural projects. That is why at the restoration agency we have the task force and the National Institute for the Development of the Infrastructure, where there was created the Center for Expertise, and there we have the sector on water, which deals with evaluating those projects being implemented and the upcoming main projects which are to be implemented by the Restoration Agency. And I am the deputy for digital development. I should mention the digital platforms, meaning Dream platform, where you can find absolutely all of the projects, not only the national level projects, not only the projects by the central governmental bodies, but also the projects from communities, from localities, because we are working and we are supposed to work and really delighted to work directly with the communities, with the tutorial communities, because they play a great role in implementation of the projects. Here you can see some statistics. You can scan the QR code and there is the link for the bigger research conducted. And what I also would like to mention that because we have the full-scale invasion of the Russian Federation, today around 14 million people in Ukraine have problems accessing quality drinking water. And not only to the Restoration Agency, but owing to the joint efforts, we should elaborate the processes to provide comfortable, quick, convenient access to quality drinking water for the population. And here is some statistics about the place of Ukraine if we compare to other European countries. Unfortunately, we are not ranked as the first ones. We occupy place 124 in the list out of 181 countries of the world, meaning by the supply of water. And here we can see the information on the slide that only a couple of regions have the average water supply level, but most of the territories of Ukraine is suffering from the inappropriate water supply. As the previous speaker, Mr. Igor, has mentioned, here is the strategy being developed, the strategy of water resource management, and most of the regions mentioned here in red, marked in red, they are within this strategy of development, and I believe that with the joint efforts, together we can come to the point when in the future all of the regions will be marked in green color. Let's now come directly to the activity of the Restoration Agency. What we have already done after dam in Kakhovka was targeted. We had the order in the short period of time to provide water supply to Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. It was our first big project. And the Restoration Agency, together with the Restoration Service in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, we together implemented this project in less than a year. We have built around 160 kilometers water supply pipeline in 3 branches, and it's around 500 kilometers altogether. The scope we dealt with in a year, in less than a year. And now we implemented the project as for the Mykolaiv water supply system. We mentioned this before as well, and we are actively building this water supply network, developing it, building it, using the state finances allocated from the state budget. And as for today, we can already see that we can save up to 20% of the budget allocated to those saved 20% in the future give us the possibility to implement other projects to provide water supply to the population. On the slide, you can see a couple of future water supply networks we are going to implement to build up in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, 2 communities, Tomakivska and Myrivska communities in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, and in Odessa Oblast, Belgrad community and Suvorovska community, and the pipelines relevant there, as well as Lubny in Kyiv Oblast and in Bucha, Kyiv Oblast. As for Mykolaiv water supply network, it's shared into 3 branches there, 3 lines, and the implementation is now taking place. We have ambitious plans to implement directly this project this year, and we hope to finish by August 2025. We have very little time left. And I would like to mention that water supply is not the only, let's say so, is not the only thing we should pay attention to. We also should pay attention to the preparation of the water, water purification, water treatment, the drainage water treatment, sewage water treatment. Here I should move to another slide. The sewage water treatment, drainage water treatment, the situation with the sewage water treatment is really dramatic. We have only 33%, meaning documented, let's say so, before the full-scale invasion. And today, I believe if we research and check those regions, especially those suffering from lack of water, from those not properly supplied with the water, today the number would be much lower. But we have the examples of the European countries, they are role models, and there the situation is much better. And we have now the role model to follow, and the technologies are moving forward, they are being developed, and today we don't need to provide big capital constructions to purify and treat the water, but we can use convenient modular constructions to purify and treat sewage waters. Today we are working, we are having negotiations with many international donors who support those initiatives, meaning not to use big capital constructions, but to use modular-like constructions. And now we are having negotiations so for them to support us with this and to provide the country with the modular constructions, and for us to be able to raise this rate as in this comparison between Ukraine and European countries as for the rate of sewage water treatment rate.
Why to mention the deficit of electric power in our country, the notorious situation, regardless of the fact that we have lost this habitual attitude to cut-offs and blackouts by now, but water canals, as we call them, the water utilities, require a lot of electric energy. That's why in our plans we have the solar power units for water canals to make them, the latter, much more independent as far as the infrastructure is concerned. The fan-like blackout usually affects most those who consume more energy among the facilities, among the assets. Well, I'm good on time, and if you have any questions, I'll be ready to answer them. Thank you, Roman. Wow, formidable infrastructural projects. When we started implementing them, that wasn't the recovery agency, but Ukravtodor, the Ukrainian motorway agency, formerly, well, used to be the only institution in Ukraine with regional branches, and those are the branches which have full swing operations and capacities and capabilities, for the development. The capital construction, as we call it, well, and the monitoring and the oversights are necessary and are being done. It's sort of self-explanatory and self-evident that they inherited now all the levers and all the capabilities. This is the only executive body able to implement projects and bridge the gaps and include the strategic facilities on the agenda. Mihailo Yatsuk, head of Institute for Water Problems and Amelioration. Well, he's a strategist, our Ukrainian one, mind you, and according to his developments, and the state water agency are implementing their projects. Well, he is an enabler and a great authority in his field, in our shared field, and he shapes the vision for water resource management and for redesigning and rewinding the operations for the infrastructure. Thank you very much for this introduction. It was very favorable. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this event. We experience a lot of problems and they're getting worse, unfortunately. So we have to jointly look for the solutions, as the name of our conference suggests. I was invited actually to discuss the aspects of reform or reforming. Ukraine needs that in terms of improving the water resource management system, taking into account the risks related to climatic change and now made worse by the ongoing full-scale war. Ukraine has a considerable deficit in water resources. We can see the provision per capita by communities. Kakhovka water reserve, we lost 20 million cubic meters, and this is a development of our communities, mind you, and this will be all based on the resource component. We have great, formidable threats at this point, and reform and looking for the water supply solutions, better provision is on the agenda. That includes national, regional, and local venues and levels. Well, I think as director of the Institute, together with the State Water Agency, the Ministry, we are working hand in hand to provide for some solutions that can satisfy the society. Ukrainian Water Association, we have created another NGO that is called Civic Water Initiative, and we try to solve such problems with water supplies, and we're trying to minimize the risks, so to speak. Coming back to Kakhovka Water Reserve, we've had many discussions about its actual necessity or feasibility of its very existence. And we've come to the conclusion that we need it indeed. And we have lots of challenges in the south. This is not just for the country, but we have also cross-boundary problems in the Black Sea basin. You have probably monitored and followed the developments of this war. Tomorrow, they're having three issues on the table of parley between Russia and Ukraine, Ukraine and Russia. First, territory, second, NPPs, and third, water reserve of the Dnieper River. Why this latter? We all understand the occupying force fighting for the land in question, and Ukraine that has provided for its lands and its people. Well, Kakhovka Water Reserve and Dnipro Reserve flow come to to the fourth stage. And this is, in fact, issue number one. It's important to both parties in this parley. And then, because water means provision for power stations, especially NPPs, territory is development. Now, about the prerequisites of this reform, we have continuous threats, especially this year we have the hydrological drought. Well, the precipitation cannot solve the problem of providing better for water supplies and water reserves. Let me be brief here. Droughts. No, we have two droughts, sorry, and the temperature. Now we have no filtration. The ground horizons, underground horizons in Australia, the US, and many other countries say that the groundwaters are depleted because there's no filtration process. In Ukraine, we have also such problems, and we have the flow redistributed because of the precipitation redistribution. This is 2020, but for this year, when we in October to April, we cannot provide for the groundwaters, for the drainage characteristics, and we can see the lack of resources for and accumulation sources for the water reserves that we have to maintain, and the springs and the rivers in the first place. Well, now I would like to demonstrate we have to see the climatic change leading to droughts, and here we should include the lack of Kakhovka water reserve and the threat for the Dnieper basin and use of the future resources. We can see the whole south, the first slide you remember, to correlate with the water supply arrangements. It's all in red, as you can see. Now, and it should be even more so. Now about the solutions and the ways to reform. We have this very complex water resource situation. We're trying to use the capacity and potential of the hydrotechnical infrastructure of the previous years, well designed and developed in the previous years. The Kremenchuk water reserve sort of substituting. And there are many layers on this, or components, let's say, or building blocks, many water users. We have to fine-tune the system for all the users, not just agricultural, industrial, but first of all, household users who have to be provided with enough water and good enough quality of this water. Was discussed in the Agency for Infrastructure has joined the hunt. But now the academic circles and our institute is included as an R&D asset. We generate ideas, as Andrei rightly put it, to provide people in the south with water resources, and the central part of Ukraine, taking into account the water deficits and the threats, well, looming because of the accumulation sources lost gradually but steadily, I should say. Now we have to face new challenges, and we have to tap on the capacity we have. We have to provide ourselves with new managerial solutions, new R&D developments, and perhaps some innovation in the academic world, in the scientific world. We have it to take into account the threats and not to make the problems worse and tragically so. We developed many solutions, like the use of the Danube flow, and at the last meeting of National Security, Defense and Security Council, we would either mention that the only source that we can count on and rely upon, with this flow and drainage, we have to provide for the south of Ukraine, and we can. Apart from the Danube, we have to take into account that by replacing and reintroducing the water accumulating capacity in Polisia country, we can improve the status of the Dnieper River, new supply systems, new economic mechanisms, and responsibility for the development. Now about reform. For 8 years now, we've been working on this new concept of reform, inclusive of several areas. First of all, we have to decide who is to manage the water, and we have to set the bar a bit higher with the Interagency Steering Council. Secondly, we have to enhance our powers with the basin councils and basin boards. And we have to redesign the power distribution and the water flow and the infrastructure being the basic elements. Without creating the water fund, we cannot solve those key economic issues. I'm sure so. Reform is on the table and is ready as never before, but we need the political will for it. Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mikhailo, for this account. And this is a very precise and particular discussion. We are talking about the economic model. This is about the structure of management that is presently assigned to certain ministries and has no, let's say, focal point for decision-making at the strategic level, the gravity center for cascading these solutions. Last year we invited Israel. This is a country with a deficit of many things, and water is not last of them, and it's about the increasing population, this is about security for them, and in Israel they solved this issue with them. The household arrangements and economic developments. Well, this year we decided, colleagues from Korea, to present their solutions for water infrastructure. And they have this exciting concept. Now, we are supposed to have some people on the call. We have to check technically whether they are on. And our Korean presenter, Mr. Kim. Can you hear us, and are you ready? Well, something is technically not quite all right. We can see the colleague of ours appearing.
Hello. Do you hear me?
Вітаємо вас.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay.
The floor is all yours.
I will start my presentation. Okay. My name is Byung-gon Kim from Korea Water Resource Corporation. Thank you for inviting us on conference. I'd like to talk about the integration of water management and functional realignment in Korea. In the past, water management in Korea was divided across many ministries. For example, regional and industrial water supply was managed by Ministry of Land and Infrastructures, while local water supply was managed by Ministry of Environment. This resulted in fragmented policy and overlapping rules and slow responses to water issues. This fragmented system caused four major issues: lack of coordination among ministry, and inequality in water service, and financial waste and environmental damages. To solve these problems, the water management paradigms has shifted in four ways. From fragmentation to integration, from the development to long-term management, from centralized control to local participation, from the domestic focus to global cooperation. To support these reforms, three important laws were passed. First is the Government Organization Act. Its main content is moving water management functions to Ministry of Environment. Second is Framework Act on Water Management. It contains the creation of a National Water Committee and comprehensive master plans. And the last one is Water Technology and Industrial Promotion Act. It contains the promoting innovation in water industry. These are the details of three new roles. You can check this later. There are two steps to carrying out integrated water management. In stage one, integrating water quantity and quality management by combining two ministries, MOE and MOLIT. In stage two, establishing National Water Committee to expand the integration, including the agriculture, water use, and the hydropower development. Let me tell you about the main implementations. Following are the three main initiatives. First is to establish a comprehensive water management system. Second is to enhance water supply and water stabilities. Third is to create new value in the water industry. To ensure the effective use of limited water resource, we set national water use priorities. We also carried out a local water supply modernization project to reduce the leakages. In addition, we established this governance system involving the central government and local government and the regional experts to find solutions for local water problems. To solve the problems, problems of water supply in rural area, local water supply system was installed. And in island in coastal area, submarine pipeline and groundwater dams were installed to secure the stability of water supply. Prepare for climate change, integrated drought information center was established, and strengthens the linkage between the Ministry of Environment and the Korea Meteorological Administrations regarding the hydrological and the meteorological informations. Let me introduce the K-Water's water innovation case. This is the hydrothermal energy supply system. This eco-friendly system uses cold deep water from dam to cool data center and to heat smart farms, which is helping save energy and reduce carbon emissions. These are three super gap technologies of K-Waters. First one is digital twins. This is a platform to comprehensively monitor and proactively simulate the water management conditions in virtual and digital world for easy and efficient water management decision making. Second one is AI water treatment plant. This is a smart system that cleans water using AI technology. It checks water quality, control machine, and make a decision automatically to keep water safe and clean. This helps save energies and give people clean water all the time. Last one is SWNM. This is a smart water network management. This is the system that combines IoT and AI technologies throughout the entire water supply process to detect water leakage and water quality issues in real time and take proactive measures. That's all for my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear sir, for your presentation. Our colleagues have joined us already. Let's now let's explain the points. They explained that they had the policy of integration and consolidation at the governmental national level, and they created a body who was responsible for comprehensive management, making policy and vision of the financial matters and the availability of water supply. And then they broke this down into implementation to 3 steps. First, of enhancement of water supply, new water supply systems were introduced, as I understand, and then they provided for industrial sectoral develops through IT. They provided digital twins to analyze big data and the water management for the state level and water resources through the automated data gathering, data collection, and the distribution for less leakage and saving the energy. I think that the solution is clear. What you need is the political will and the team. In Ukraine, we have all the necessary infrastructure, the facilities and so forth to do that. It is very much like the Israeli case and their solution. It's all digitalized with them as well. And they have the central body to manage the system. Well, another example. Are there any questions? Have we any questions to the panelists? There are some researchers in this audience, I'm sure. So, are you ready? We have 2 minutes to go. Well, in that case, we are happy to see you. I would like to thank our speaker for presentation, and we would like to give you, on behalf of our fair, the certificates of appreciation to you, Igor, for participation. Mikhailo deserves a special round of applause because he is one of the key persons. Roman, you also do important things. And thank you, dear guests, for coming to our panel. No questions. I wish you have a peaceful sky. Thanks to our panelists for the timing, for the great presentations they share. The 4 out of 3 out of 4 have new status. Mikhailo is Senator of Science. Prohopchak is not an acting head of the agency. He is appointed, and Eugene, who was elected president of Ukrainian Water Association with a merit-based constitution going through 2 rounds. And that is something that we have as a result of this transparent merit-based procedure. We are developing indeed, and we have the international partners, the ever-growing circle of them, and this is the biggest association of water specialists in the US. MIT is the 4th in the international rating, the flagship of technological development, preparing a whole set of solutions for Ukraine. So we'll have certain
It's an honor to be here.
Record messages.
Opportunity for the MIT Ukraine Water Project to share our work over the past 2 years. We are an association based at MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I am Susan Marcotte. I am a water and wastewater engineer, and I have taught at MIT for the past 25 years. I have colleagues who will also introduce themselves momentarily, but is part of a larger effort on the part of MIT, a program called the MIT Ukraine program. It was founded by both students and administrators who have Ukrainian origins or connections or are Ukrainian themselves to support Ukraine in its resistance to Russian aggression. And to that end, one of the first projects that has emerged from that program is this MIT Ukraine Water Project. Our goal is to co-design with Ukrainian experts and with the more wide general public a decentralized post-war water supply, water treatment, wastewater treatment, and perhaps even energy infrastructure to do so collaboratively and to create a plan for that post-war situation. We are not actively engaged in humanitarian relief, but rather in planning for the post-war future. And I want to have my colleagues here take a moment to introduce themselves, starting with Seth, please.
Thank you, Susan. My name is Seth Frisbee. I'm a professor emeritus of chemistry, and I work in drinking water quality and public health. And I'm going to ask Boris to introduce himself.
Yeah, hi, I'm Boris Pabyshenko, originally from Kyiv, and for the past almost 35 years, I work at UC Berkeley and Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. And in this group, MIT Ukraine water treatment group, I am helping to support Ukraine in their efforts to develop effective post-war water treatment solutions and evaluation of water resources in general in Ukraine. So,
and Chad, we'll go to Chad next.
Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Chad Cox. I'm a consulting engineer in the fields of dam safety and hydropower, and I'm very pleased to be a part of this group.
And Tim.
Hello, I am Tim Buckley. I'm the international advisor at the U.S. Water Partnership, a nonprofit entity based in Arlington, Virginia. And we're very pleased to participate in this group in collaboration with our partners at MIT and other organizations. And we're very proud of the work that the Ukraine Water Association has been doing to support the Ukrainian people and to rebuild the water sector. And we look forward to future collaboration. Thank you. Дякую.
It is an honor to...
Давайте подякуємо нашим американським колегам.
Thank you, dear colleagues from the USA. They are going to watch the recording of our meeting today. And I would like to mention that besides MIT, there are two other universities participating, the University of Berkeley and Norwich universities. The specialists engaged in hydrochemistry, hydrobiology, hydrogeology, and hydroengineering. So just in case you are interested in been engaged in discussions in groups, please contact me directly. Leonid Bitsura, I'm the ecologist, the head of the Department of Ecology and Environment of the Western Ukrainian University, as representatives of Ukrainian Water Association. We're delighted to see you all those people present in front of you on the screen. These are the scientists, prominent scientists. And not only scientists, there was Chad from the U.S. Water Partnership, who's responsible for engineering and designing of dams and other hydrotechnical constructions. So we managed to finish panel 1, and it's great that we meet the schedule. And I would like to introduce you panel number 2, modern solutions to improve the availability of water resources. And we would like now to get to know the interim report of the first stage of the project of the Ukrainian Water Association Water Strategies for Communities. communities. And that was the Association of Water Resources of Ukraine initiative about the formulation of the policies in the localities. So now I would like to invite Artem Shira, the Vice President of the Ukrainian Water Association, Viktor Buynov, Head of Klesiv Territorial Community Rivne Oblast, Oleg Nikolsky, Deputy Director of Luhiv Water Supply Company Sumy Oblast, and Oleksiy Velichko, Head of the Department of Infrastructure Development, Kyiv Territorial Community, Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. And today with us we have two more speakers who is going to participate in the second part of this panel discussion. Thank you. Hope you can hear me. Thank you, everyone. I really tried hard, just trying to make our presentation dynamic. I would like, first of all, from the previous part, I would like to give some two important numbers we will need to understand what is going on the level of the communities. You remember, Roman from the Restoration Agency, they have such a number, 120 cubic meters per one person per year. These are the available water resources, which mean there is some sort of water stress present. Mikhail Vasilyevich Yatsuk mentioned a map with the red, southern, and central oblasts of Ukraine, and there it was mentioned that in some regions we have the water stress, which is less than 500 cubic meters per person per year. Give me the clicker, please. Thank you. Now I'll try to do this. Here we can do this. In short, I would like to present our project Water Strategies for the Communities and the interim report. Our project and the presentation will consist of three parts. Part one about the project itself, and second two parts I will tell you about the actual situation with the water supply and resources in communities and how much water we need in communities. We tried to calculate this. First, we're going to present this. We started in November 2024. During the last year conference, we announced this, and in March, 11 communities since then have addressed us, and we wanted to select one, but we agreed to help 6 communities. I hope we can manage this. But in March, we have already concluded the contracts with all of the communities. We visited them. And now the short description of the project itself, what it encompasses. It consists of 3 stages. Stage 1, which is the most important, the most difficult to our mind. That's the stage where we're going to collect, and we are collecting the data about the infrastructure, water resources available, the population, the strategy of the development of the community, what sort of industries should be available, and the issues with the floods, irrigation, etc. Stage 2, and by the way, in stage 1, there will be the results of the surveys of the communities. The communities will present their projects, what they would like to implement. Next stage, stage 2, we're going to engage Ukrainian business as members of our association. These are the open doors for all of you, for all of the producers, those present at this conference. So as for each issue, we could calculate and could design a few ways, options to resolve the issues, meaning we're going to calculate the operational costs, total costs, and the technical costs. For we can have the community hearings to discuss those issues and then to take their decision into consideration. And then those selected solutions will be elaborated until we have those technical descriptions and for them to be ready for investing. And the main goal of our project, so at the end, as the outcome, to have a document for a few hundreds of pages. There will be a GIS map of all of the water objects and all of water fronts and water basins in the country. We concluded the agreements with 6 communities. They are located in different climate zones of Ukraine, and we are studying the situation from the condition when there are floods, probable floods, to the regions which are in red zone from Mikhail Vasilyevich's a presentation where there is the lack of water. And so some short facts about the communities. So for you to understand the level of what community is, community, громада, is the territory consisting of a few hundred square kilometers, for some exceptions, and has usually around a dozen or a couple of dozens of population, a couple of dozens of thousands of population. And here in blue, we have the water basin forming the water resource. In each community, there are rivers. They are in blue, red dots. These are the hydro monitors, which help us to identify the amount of water available in this or that community. To the left, you can see the map of heights. It's really interesting fact just here. I'll skip most of the communities. You can check the presentation. You can check them and their location. I'll pay attention to two of the communities. First of all, how to practically, not in theory, like having 120 thousand square cubic meters, but how can we calculate how much resources, water resources we have? Is it enough or not? So, information about the amount of water flowing through this post is hardly accessible, but we have, for example, river, water basin, we have the monitoring checkpoint, we have the information for some few years, then we have data for a few years, and we can have the amount of water, then we can divide by the amount of people, then we can see the amount of cubic meters per one person per year. In black, you can see the border of community Tomakivka. It's Krasnosilka, I'll skip them. And here we had issues with Teplodarska community because there are hardly any territories. And on the territory of the community, there are some water stocks being collected, meaning internal ones. So we've decided to take a bigger territory. So we've taken the neighboring two communities. They are highlighted in black. So they are also those which are encompassed by the same water basin. So we should recalculate because the data we've received was not that interesting. So we need to calculate again. Now we come to the calculations themselves. To my mind, the most interesting part here of my presentation, we've decided to calculate the amount of water resources in the community and how much do we need. We started with how much we need for one community, for one hromada. In hromada, we have 4 areas of usage of water. So the water comes with rains or from outside, from other territories. If we speak about internal water resources, we have calculated only them, and they are received from the precipitations, and that's how they receive water resources. So municipal water consumption, meaning the population, 10 and 20%, a bit more for industries, 10-30%, and for irrigation from 60 to 80%. And now we cannot take all of the water. Some water should stay in nature, meaning even technical water, we cannot take all of the technical water. It's difficult. And Mr. Victor's back covers some part of the presentation, but I would like to give you some facts. I'll tell you about the units of measurement which we can use to measure the available water resources in the community. The unit 1, that's the millimeters per year, meaning the units that we can check the level of water. So having the total area of the territory, we have the volume of precipitation in millimeters per year, then we can calculate the total amount of the water per year. Evapotranspiration is also included into this measurement, and per each hromada, I suggest to use millions of cubic meters per year. It's more convenient to work with the numbers when we have millions of cubic meters per year. And we come to the last unit, and owing to this, we can calculate the water available to the community, and to calculate the need of the community for water. We can measure in cubic meters per person per year. So we need to calculate the amount of the population and to count how much water they need for industries and population consumption. I had calculations. Let's not pay so much attention for this. I understand there are a lot of experts. I fear here maybe I could make a mistake. I could make a mistake, so please fix me, correct me. And we have numbers: municipal water and industrial water consumption. They are divided into two parts. Part one. So this is the part of the water that is evaporated and the one that can be reused, maybe through leakages, can go back to the sewage system, and through the sewage system can go back to the nature. And water consumption, a lot of water consumption is the one that is not revolvable, and meaning here we have this formula you can see on the screen, and we calculated the theoretical maximum quantity of wasted water. And if we should speak about the perspective 25 years, but we have the situation of uncertainty. We are not sure about the industries and investors coming to our area in the coming years, so we cannot take into consideration this. So if we speak about the non-reversible and if we speak about the population, we should speak about the amount of population, and we can count the industry consumption, water consumption using the amount of population, relying on this number. And so meaning the more irrigation areas requiring irrigation, the more millions of cubic meters per 1 square kilometer is required. For example, the population has the same irreversible water loss, just like 2-3 kilometers of area being irrigated. So we need some water being calculated for the nature. So here is the final table with the amount of water we require for irredeemable water consumption. And here we have some units, meaning we have the cubic meters of water required for such purposes. Now, the most difficult part, I have 2 minutes still. So where we got this, to calculate the water resources, we should multiply the total area with the amount of water from the precipitation, and it was really difficult. I'll give the list. We can theoretically take the data from Hydrometeor Center, but they don't share the information. And already Osipov and the Ukrainian Hydrometeorological Institute, they have this precise number, meaning you can go to land water and you can have the layer flow or run-off water level of flow. And here we have this data, and we've checked the numbers using their institute, and a FAO resource give the data on the territories with similar climate zones, like data from Israel. And Hydrosfera company joined us a couple of days ago, and they calculated 1 of 3 biggest companies dealing with the hydro monitoring. And here we have the total area, the water flow layer, and we've calculated the amount of water resources, and now here is the table comparing the water resources required for irreversible, irredeemed water supply. And we had here the oblasts in red. You remember the map. In the previous presentation, if we speak about water consumption for the perspective, for the community, for the population and industries, both of them, we have enough water resources, and we even have some in stock for irrigation, but not so much. We will calculate it once again, but these are the general points. My suggestion, it's a difficult project for us, and I would like to invite all of the experts and those who are going to join our project to help us, to be a part of our activities, to be the role models for us, how to do it qualitatively in the community. Today we have Luhiv community. I would like to give short details about them. We have an interesting slide here. Just a second. Tachevska Hromada. They haven't joined us, unfortunately. Maybe next time they'll be able to join us. And again, I would like to highlight the following. That's the map of automatic hydrological posts in Ukraine, checkpoints in Ukraine, those monitors. They are available only in Zakarpattia, owing to our European partners. And I would like also to mention that I hope that in 10 years, the same dots with the same frequency, level of access to the information will be scattered around Ukraine. That's our main goal. A couple of photos from their water supply company, nice community on Tisa River waterfront. And now about the problems they raise as important for them interconnected with the water. The territory is under the risk of floods, but their works are done, and now they raise the issue of reconstructing the pumping station and also the frequency transformers installation, and to renovate and expand the water supply and water drainage systems. And there are some facilities, but they don't work, meaning the water treatment plants and sewage treatment plants, so they are to be reconstructed. So I believe I've met the time frame I had, so I would like to give it over to Viktor Buyny. A good day, dear friends. I'm the head of our community for some period of time, our classic community, 337,000 square kilometers, cause us problems with the water supply. Meaning the water we need for municipal needs, meaning for spring and summer, and when we have a lot of precipitations, we seem to have water, but at the same time we don't have water. How it happens? We have some situations and conditions and circumstances. We have rivers. We are in the water basin of Sluch, Pripyat, Goryny, those three rivers, and they all give their waters to Dnipro River. At the same time, our ponds and quarries are the preserves, natural preserves. From one point of view, they cause us environmental problems, but at the same time, stone quarries in the territory of the community, they give us the surpass of the water, and whether we want it or not, but there is the technology, we should pump it from the quarries themselves, and then that water comes to those irrigation channels. Once they were used for some purposes, but today they turn from irrigational channels, but they are used for some other purposes, and quite often they go beyond those canals, irrigation canals, artesian drill holes. And the consumption of our village, the industrial village, 550 cubic meters per day. It seems little from one point, but much from another perspective. So just like with any water supply company, you know what water is. Water is such an interesting thing that someone pays, someone doesn't, someone with some ways uses the water, that is the technological laws, so meaning that there are tariffs, some pay, some don't, other people use the water from different water resources. If we speak about this. So for you to have a look at the enterprises we are having now, during the war, now their activity is suspended, but we have the quarries, mines, natural Somene lake, and we also have quarries, which now is used as the recreation area by our locals, so to spend free time, to have rest. Those quarries are used for such purposes. And the war has forced us to think differently about different things, meaning how to treat financial resources. And we now started dealing with the issues in a different way. We don't have our own finances to invest from the local budget because we need to reconstruct the treatment plants and the facilities. We need to reconstruct the pumping station and other facilities. Even though we have all of them, we check their technical condition, but at the same time, we all understand that it all has its own shelf life, meaning a period during which we can use. So we are looking for good sponsors, partners who have the same problems and who have the same problems abroad, but because to result on our own, with the efforts of our own village, we don't have such a great financial capacity to do this. It's a serious capital investment, more than 50 million hryvnia. That's for the drainage system, water supply, more than 20 million hryvnia. We have a lot of projects being considered, and we have the European expertise and examination results to implement those projects, but we don't have the finances for them. But we would like to engage the people from our community simply to cover the needs of the population for some drinking water, quality drinking water, and treatment plants, treatment facilities. They should offer clean water, not meaning like it happens from time to time, sometimes that they fail to do their job. So we want them to work properly. Thank you for your attention.
Я вітаю Олега Нікольського, заступника директора КП Глухів водоканал, Сумська область. І це, що я можу згадати про це.
Валерій Нікольський, Глухів водоканал, Sumy region. This is the only community of Gluchiv that has the water treatment facilities, the sewerage operational, fully operation. That's in need of upgrade. Gluchiv community was created in December 2020. I'm a bit nervous by amalgamation of 8 settlements with the town of Gluchiv. And our territory in total is 156 square kilometers. Our population is almost 37,000 people. This is not a small one, as you can see. And 16,700 women, 15,935 men, 4,397 and 3,127. That's children under 18 and IDPs respectively. We have 1,800 business agents in the land share. 1,287 and legally 740, self-employed 11. Mostly all the businesses around agriculture. It's agribusiness, an agribusiness community. We have 20 agro-industrial enterprises and 2 holdings in farming. The potential, we have bakeries, electric equipped, and the natural resort fund is the resort of local importance, Shagala botanic, local. treasures and hydrological sites. Well, now about our problems in water supply and water waste. First of all, we have to replace the centralized drinking water supply systems elements to be replaced. And the majority of communities face this problem. The brittlement of the equipment, up to 30% of leakage because of that, and the pipe work should be partially replaced. It's about 3,500 meters. Another challenge is obsolete state of the central water supply system elements, the majority of them. They were designed back in the Soviet Union, and the critical level of life cycle management requires replacement of about 2,000 meters of sewerage system and a reconstruction of the water treatment facilities in Lukhiv. The facility was commissioned in 1984, a long time ago. The design capacity 8,000 cubic meters daily. Now it's 2,000 in fact, and in the future it will be 5 cubic meters. And 100% of wear can lead to environmental disaster with a spillage of the water into the Desna River, the non-treated water. And now the treatment facility is just maintained by the people who are basically enthusiastic and very handy. And so we can have water canal of Lukhiv municipality. We developed the design documentation for reconstruction of the sewerage system and water treatment facility and the pumping station with and 37,910,000 hryvnias with the VAT included. Well, that's it. That's the investment projects that we have in water supply and water distribution. We have developed the feasibility studies and the cost estimates for the project to upgrade the electric systems, solar power units at the water drainage points, 20 million hryvnias with the VAT included. That's basically it. Thank you very much, Oleg. Well, I suggest we greet our presenter with a round of applause by way of encouragement. Marina Arhiri, Oksana Superman. And our next speaker is Alexey Velichko, head of the utility unit for management innovation of Tomakiv settlement municipal council, and we have worked with the association for almost 2 years. Thank you very much for supplying the Tomakiv with the drinkable water, especially at the time when we were deprived of such a supply after the explosion at the Kakhovka water reserve, water dam. We have 35 settlements. The administrative center is placed in Tomakivka. The population is 18,400 people with IDPs, about 4,000. The geographical position is in the vicinity of Dnipro city, not far from 40 kilometers away from Nikopol, 20 from the Dnipro. And we can see the areas where we try to deal with the water supply problems after the diversion at Kakhovka Dam, and when it was blown up with the administrative center and the settlement, we installed temporary water treatment units for some territories. We drilled the wells, and people are still using those wells for clean, drinkable water for their household needs. So we get water to the collection points locally with a special tanker belonging to our utility. Well, Anton said at the beginning that that was about strategy, that was about the control set, let's say. That's what we do, that's how we look for donors and organizations for this newly created utility. Tomakivka Vodokanal, and this is a special mobile repair unit, a tractor with a suspended equipment for trenches to replace the damaged pipework. We have a new development for the pumping station that was started in 2017 and now is not yet complete and should be completed. According to the plan, this project has to provide for 2 settlements. This is about 3,000 people that will be supplied them with water. It's 60% complete now with the pump units, power supply, pipe work ready. Then we plan for this facility. It should be transferred to the community for ownership, and we would like to find investors to complete this development. On the site, after having developed the strategy for community development, after the polling, we will have more priorities identified for the strategy. This, though, is already identified as one of the drivers for community development. This is water treatment, water supply, and construction of pumping stations and pumping units. I would like to thank the recovery agency. Roman did say that we have as a priority the pumping filter stations and pipe work. It's all the project. Thank you very much for your support offered to our community. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Marina Kyiv, Krasne Selo, our community mayor. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm happy to be here. Thank you. Thanks the armed forces for this opportunity. I'm from Krasne Selo. This is Odessa region, and I'm a political leader, a local politician and leader of this community. So in my capacity, while using this stage and this almost red carpet treatment as a political leader, I would like to talk a lot, and also to make a good impression on you, but unfortunately the topic is prone to presenting some difficult challenges, and we would like to attract donors and investors to our community, and we would like to present these things to them. Krasne Selo community in Odessa region is ready for water solutions. And first of all, I would like to say that our Krasne Selo community is borders with Odessa, the regional capital, and this is one of the biggest satellite communities for the metropolitan area This proximity does not mean that we have state-of-the-art facilities. They are all obsolete. There is a big gap, social and economic gap, and that leads in turn to certain tension in the remote settlements and those communities which are all close to the city of Odessa. Regardless of all those difficulties, we are a community working on removal of such problems, bridging the gaps and improving the situation for our citizens and business development is also one of our concerns. We need water strategic resource. This is about security. This is about development. This is about trust in authorities, in executive bodies. We would like to thank the Ukrainian Water Association for their contribution, for their raising this very important issue, not just raising and promote it to the level of the central government and international donors, but presently they're helping communities in the field, practically speaking, because we are one of the 6 communities earmarked for the pilot. And as Artem said, this is about a water strategy for our community, a very important deliverable indeed. This is not just a piece of paper to be buried in some drawer of some expert. No, this is a playbook, let's say, for our workbook for our issues that present challenges. This is about performance. This is about opportunities. So very shortly about our community. We are favorably situated geographically. I forgot about my presentation. We border with Odessa. Odessa's metropolitan area. We are next to the main road to the airport and to the border. About 12,000 people. We are developing rapidly, developing in terms of construction, and this is about requirements in technology and engineering. We have this unique recreation resource. This is Kuyalnik Salt Lake. This Salt Lake is part of the Emerald Network of Europe, with enormous potential for recreation and recuperation, with great prospects for development. But this territory is to be developed with rational water use only. Our community has many other fellow communities in Ukraine. You've heard from the colleagues already. On behalf of all the locals of governance, they can speak, any of us. We have basically the same situation, too many powers, too little. We have enough time. We should not be in a hurry. Well, a lot to do and nothing to pay for it for. Well, difficult, different problems. But we have systemic problems in water supplies, obsolete network, 70 to 80%, and incidents, leakage, and in summer season we can experience sometimes this lack of water, this deficit in some streets, which are laid at higher altitude, while they haven't got enough pressure from the pumping plants, which is on the central grounds and is fully incapable of performing. And we have the lack of water distribution, centralized water distribution, and we have this unique salt lake, and this is the analog of the Dead Sea, basically, by its properties. Well, without centralized water distribution, we obviously face environmental risks for development, and for Kuyalnik as the pearl of our natural environment, and we can see this in Odessa region, across the region, not and beyond. Out of 15 ponds, 11 dried up, have been dried up, and this is one of the challenges for the community, of course. And I would like to say that this is one of the sites that can be found in many smaller communities, and the mayor, even having water treatment facilities in mind continuously, well, has to think about the environmental effects, impact, and well, the solvency of those people who live remotely, because people have to pay for the services provided. We have some water treatment facilities which are quite worn and affluent, and with the experts helping us with the water strategy, we are looking for a sustainable decision aligned and balanced for this site and for this facility. We are looking for investors. This is our central pump station from the central grounds and central premises, and this is about feasibility study for new water treatment pistons. We have to understanding of the process, and we're looking for the investors. And we understand just how responsible we should feel, and we do feel that we are open, we are prepared, and we understand that high-quality projects are introduced in the environment which enjoys trust, mutual trust, thanks to Water Association. Well, these about working with professionals, and you are excellent professionals. Thank you very much, and I think we should go right ahead with it, and you are doing important things with what you've got, which is scarce. Well, last but not least, Alexander Derman, director of the local development agency from Teplodar. Well, we are not in any hurry. I represent Teplodar, Odessa district, Odessa region. Our community is a small industrial affair, subsidized, but very comfortable, very quiet, very beautiful. We have Teplodar, this is a municipality, that's what we've got. That's our little town, cozy and beautiful. Well, 70 to 73 hectares, 10,000 people living. In that territory, we are 40 kilometers away from Odessa metropolitan area. We have Odessa, Reni, Odessa, Kishinev, main roads passing through. Well, what is important for our participation in this project, the water strategy for communities. Our town is not big, but and it is also very young. We are 44 years old. After the 44 years, we have also accumulated some problems. In particular, all the water treatment, water supply is heavily worn, and it's about 80% aware, and this means a lot of expenditures and a lot of cost. We would like to discuss the water treatment facilities. The water treatment facilities, 18 kilometers away from our town, they were once built not just for Teplda, but for Odessa region, the Mayaki village, and Belaevka town, the town of Belaevka, 17,000 cubic meters of installed design capacity. They receive 15,000 on a daily basis. So Mayaki and Belaevka have their local water treatment facilities, so responsibility for this powerful plant rests on the shoulders of our community. So it is very important for us to refurbish the existing water treatment facility or as an alternative to develop new ones in our territory. Now we are interested in supply and water distribution systems, and we have this is about the DREAM system. We hope for support from the Agency of Recovery, and we have the cogeneration plants as a need, and in emergency situations, our critical infrastructure is overloaded. We would like to provide some independent energy supply source, and we would like to become visible. For that purpose, engage some partners for this project. Thank you. Thanks to our panelists for observing the timelines. Thank you for coming to us from the remote parts, remote from Kyiv. Our country is big. We decided to invite representatives of the community to the implementation of the water policy, national water policy that should be accomplished at the regional and local level with many problems that communities suffer from. Well, among them, the lack of human resources, lack of specialized departments, even sectors themselves with the experts to work in them. Now, this is about communication, Stratcom with the donors. I am engaged in project monitoring. Let me say this from my personal experience. There's this program called Interbank. I'm calling upon representatives of communities, also business agents. This is your cases. This Interact is the EU program for cooperation between Ukraine and Poland. Not all the regions of Ukraine are covered by it, but this is the west of Ukraine, 8 regions, and they have this opportunity. And the cases, well, as recently as Zalishchik 1 month ago, 9,000 people, the Dniester River, the lack of water treatment facilities, 1.3 million euros, the win. Funding from Yaroslav in Poland, 1.3 million euros they raised for the project. 2.3, 2.6 million euros that call for a matching contribution for the Ukrainian party, 100,000 euros. And this is accessible and available for our communities. The specific feature is the catch is you have to find a partner, you have to prepare the feasibility study, the design documentation, the expert examination, and get prepared to other cases. Tereboble, 1 million euros, Ternopil region, and the city of Ternopil, and we have the water reserve there, and 2 patents that we developed with Mr. Kapusta, who left now 7 million euros through the program Interact. I am calling upon the leaders, community leaders. The money is there. You just have to know how to apply with a responsible partnership formed, looking for the EU partners, because the EU practically is much more accessible than any other source beyond Europe. Well, where there's a will, there's a way. As they say, quoting Igor Hopchuk, who discussed the river basin management. I'm a Dniester River Management Board member. The quality of management is is good, but the projects are very obsolete, never revisited through that period, and they should be reconsidered and updated. Georgia, from Georgia, we can learn. And they have this water supply and water drainage system project, about $15 per capita per person. And this is about funds for reconstruction or even building a new water treatment facilities and water supply networks. Our third panel is dedicated to opportunities of fundraising for the water sector. The Ukrainian Water Association has been through certain internal transformation. We elected a new president, going through tours, through runs, and we have now identified new areas. One of them is oriented at the international cooperation. Alexander Starinsky is the leader. He's supposed to be in the audience. I see. Well, and we also joined by President I was director of Zhytomyr, manager of Zhytomyr Vodokanal, who was supposed to serve as the communication link between the national level, represented by Hopchak, Yatsuk, Institute of Melioration and Water, Economy, Agency for Recovery with the regional level.
Водоканалів, які об'єднані в інші асоціації, з якими ми також намагаємося бути
We also collaborate with other water supply companies, and we are speaking about the basic level, meaning communities, громади, small water supply companies, the level, grassroots level, which under different sorts of circumstances is not completely self-sustainable, speaking about finances, but that's the level where the projects are supposed to be implemented with our communities. 80% of all the projects we can engage today in Ukraine through different fund embassies programs, through the funds and organizations for collaboration are impossible without the participation of the communities So, dear friends, let's look for the partners from Ukrainian Water Association, from your partnering cities, and first of all, from the European countries, EU countries. It can be Poland, France, Germany, and other countries whom you can involve. And let's prepare, design a project. Sometimes we communicate with the heads of the communities and they say we have the project estimate which costs $1.5 million. And now after indexing, we are not sure that we have the perspective to engage other finances. And dear heads, you mentioned today like 40 million hryvnia, meaning if we speak about funds, it's about $1 million or €1 million. So the case of the city, population 9,000 people, €1.3 million, and July 2026, that's the deadline. 1 year, that's the time period which is really short, and businesses and contractors here, they know this. So such projects are possible. Let's collaborate with Ukrainian Water Association, let's participate in work tasks, and let's submit our projects. Next, our panel discussion deals with the following. As I've mentioned today, we have the new Vice President of the Ukrainian Water Association, Alexander Starinsky, who is going to participate in the International Support to Water Sector of Ukraine Investments Partnership and Infrastructure Reconstruction Panel number 3. And today we are going to have the following speakers: Bohdan Sinchuk, local coordinator in Ukraine, Svet Fund. That's the Sweden Fund Accelerator Catalyst project of projects in Ukraine. Irina Fedorenko, investment advisor, NEFCO, who is going to participate online. Ms. Kristina Mikulova, the head of regional hub for Eastern Europe of the European Investment Bank. And today we have with us IFU representative, the head of office, Kyiv, Mr. Soren Moller, and Ms. Matilda Arjakovsky, the deputy head of the economic department at the French embassy in Ukraine, French Treasury General Directorate. Please welcome our guests. Dear friends, good day. Our guests are lost probably the way here, but most of them are here. I've met Matilda and Christina. They are here with us. I believe in a couple of minutes they'll find this room and will join us. Meanwhile, we are waiting for them until they find their path here. I would probably give a few words about this panel discussion. Without glasses, I cannot see the name, so just give me a second. Now I can see the international support to water sector of Ukraine, investment, partnership, and reconstruction of the infrastructure. By the way, here you can see we have the international panel. We have international speakers who are the representatives of the most active, I believe, countries now involved in supporting Ukrainian water industry and water management system. We have here the representatives of Ukraine, representing NEFCO company, for example, or Svet Fund. And we have also the foreign partners here, representatives of other countries. And are they the foreigners? They live in Ukraine, so I'm not sure if they are foreigners anymore. So daily they use Ukrainian water resources, they drink Ukrainian water. And I can remember that when a child, when at school, I remember we were told we are consisted of water and 60% of our body is water, meaning Ukrainian water today, if we drink Ukrainian water. Even our hearts consist of 80% for 80% of Ukrainian water. I believe that me and Miss Matilda and Miss Christina and Mr. Soren today with us, who is going to be online with us, as we all are not that completely foreigners, we are partly Ukrainians. So it would be really interesting to know how their institutions, countries, banks, they are trying to support our water supply.
Я розумію, що є сучасні проекти, є майбутні проекти,
We have the current projects and the future projects. Can we invite to the stage our speakers?
Ага. Тобто дві наші перші поважні
Our two first representatives are here. Dear honorable guests, you're welcome to come to the stage. Ms. Kristina Mikulova, Head of Regional Hub for Eastern Europe of the European Investment Bank. Ms. Kristina, you're welcome to come here.
Ще до сцени або до нашої естради запрошую пану Матильду.
And I would like to invite Ms. Matilda Irjakovska, who is the Deputy Head of the Economic Department at the French Embassy in Ukraine, French Treasury General Directorate, and they are supporting Ukraine. And we are going to have online with us Mr. Soren. I'm not sure if he is here with us. We are waiting for Mr. Bogdan Sinchuk from Swedfund, Swiss Fund, and we're going to have Irina Fedorenko with us, who is the representative of NEFCO. She's going to join us from Helsinki online. I think I'm not going to take the time anymore. They are going to tell us what institutions they are supporting and what water resources they are going to support. But I would like to mention that Ukrainian Water Association is the association that was created by the initiative of Ukrainian entrepreneurs, but now covers not only businesses, but also, if we speak about the number of members growing up, surging, we have also the representatives of the water supply companies, other institutions, and we are much interested in how we can start this dialogue with our international partners, because we have huge our own local resource, meaning their filtration equipment, pumps, distributors, distributing equipment, meaning those imported pieces as well, and those companies dealing with processing and construction. And here we speak about the experts as well. I think our association and our members have access to a couple of hundreds of perspectives. Last week, a big European Engineering Association addressed us, and in a week, we helped them to find the experts whom they required a lot.
Велику кількість різних компетенцій і большую різноманітність. Так, прошу сідайте, тому ми тут стоїмо.
So please take a seat. We're standing here, so maybe we already are ready to start.
Оскільки пан Сенчук запізнює, я думаю,
and Mr. Sinchuk is late a little bit, so maybe we should start contacting Ms. Irina Fedorenko. Are you with us? Ms. Irina, are you with us? Yes, I'm with you. Hello, I'm here.
Добрий день. Чи чуєте нас?
Can you hear us? Yeah, I can hear you. I hope you can hear me as well.
Чудово.
That's great. Ms. Irina, it's over to you. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen. So the members of the conference, I'm more than happy to welcome you all and happy to greet you here. It's a really important event. Maybe we can improve it somehow, the sound. Ms. Irina, let's try it once again. Hello, can you hear me? Ms. Irina says. All right, we can hear you. Probably I would ask you to help me to share my screen with the presentation because for some reason I can't share it.
Так, чи є у нас можливість презентацію пана Ірину? Ага, дякую.
Thank you for sharing me on a screen. Thank you for help. I'm really delighted to welcome all the participants of this conference and to the guests of today's event. It's a great pleasure for me to be here to tell a bit more about our job in Ukraine and about the existing possibilities for water supply companies and the contractors we deal with within the framework of the various programs. First of all, concerning NEFCO as an organization, we have been operating in Ukraine for more than 25 years, and we are the prominent financial institution working with municipalities, and we have already implemented more than 60 projects in municipal sector and during war, and generally the experience of a project implementation, more than 240 projects been implemented during all this period of time. We have been collaborating with Ukrainian municipalities. Next slide, please. And because of war, NEFCO has started the program of green reconstruction in Ukraine, and it has united the multi-donors initiative, and many of the donors, the EU and the countries, NEFCA contributors who founded this, I mean, in Norway, Sweden, Iceland, in particular, joined this initiative and joined the contributed finances for the reconstruction of Ukraine. And the main goal is to reconstruct critical infrastructure, reconstruction of the buildings for IDPs, and also capacity building, so-called, the development of the potential of the communities and municipal entities, and development of the green reconstruction and project. And the sectors we work with, we speak about energy efficiency, street lighting, and water drainage and water supply, and heat supply. And I would like to share the achievements we started implementing before the war, and then owing to the support of Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, and Sweden. And we managed to modernize the water supply system in Ukraine. When the war has started, we managed to agree with the EU, to have the possibility to pursue with our projects, because we could understand that the water infrastructure, especially during war, requires demands reconstruction support to be able to stand up with all those loads and during war and those complications. And the cities participants of the program, a lot, you can see the list on the screen, a lot of IDPs came there, and the situation they had before with the critical infrastructure was really tough. So they required additional support, and we managed to pursue implementing our projects. We implemented them successfully. Most of them are now finalized, and you can see the examples of the implemented projects on the screen, meaning the cities of Lutsk, Khmelnytsky, Lubny, Horishny Plavny, and another project which is now ongoing. With the help of this program, substantially the support was provided to the infrastructure in the cities, and we have received quite positive feedbacks from the water supply companies that the infrastructure and the new equipment are able to stand against those hits, against the infrastructure blackouts, and functioning in a most sustainable way, providing the consumers with a proper level of the services. So this way, we are really delighted that we managed to support the water supply companies under such difficult circumstances in times of war. The project has started. That's the EU program on reconstruction of the critical infrastructure in Ukraine, and here we focused on 17 communities in Kyiv, Mykolaiv, Sumy, and Chernihiv oblasts. As you know, in 12 communities in Kyiv Oblast, and even more of them, but the priorities encompass 12 communities which were damaged during the occupation in 2022, and the infrastructure was critically damaged. That is why the help was required to them. The pipelines, the pipe networks were damaged by the weaponry, heavy weaponry, and a lot of the pieces of equipment were also stolen. That is why the main goal was to provide people with the services they require under the circumstances when the infrastructure was ruined. So we decided to focus on reconstruction and renovation of the system, and now you can see that the projects are ongoing, and we have already some projects implemented and finalized. And we are actively working in the communities Dimir, Ivanki, Verpin. There we have some standard projects like replacing water supply network, and we are building some treatment facilities. Dimir, Nemishailovo, there we are dealing with the projects on installing the treatment plants, and here we speak about Kyiv Oblast requiring water treatment, water purification systems. So here we speak about those modulars helping to purify water from excessive ferrous metals in it. And we can see good results that those projects have really, really intangible effects for the communities, feeling definitely the improvement of the services provided. They can use the equipment and receive the proper services in those communities where there were the contracts, speaking that they needed some registries to be revitalized, meaning to revitalize the systems of dispatching systems, revitalization, and their network and archives to be revitalized. This project was implemented as well. Now they can manage their data and resources properly. Next slide, please. You can skip a couple of slides as they are just examples of our projects implemented. Some projects are finalized. For example, Dimir, the pipes were replaced, water drainage pipes were replaced, and we are actively implementing new modular solutions, meaning those pumping station drainage systems. On the right photo, you can see those solutions which are really up to date, especially during war, when, for example, the buildings of the drainage systems, and we also give some recommendations as for some modular solutions which can be implemented, and such a modernized drainage system can be operated automatically, and this process is automatized. So here you can see the process of construction of treatment facilities and purifying facilities, and here we can see this complex drainage system is gradually coming to the rural areas. In many of the communities it's absent, and we facilitate the development of water purification and treatment in communities. Next area of our work, we have been actively working with the projects financed by Denmark, and in 2022 Denmark, by the request of the President of Ukraine, decided to provide for Mykolaiv and Mykolaiv Oblast, and the range of the projects on improvement of the water supply were initiated in Mykolaiv. Currently, we are implementing a couple of projects there, and now they are aimed at improving the efficacy of water management, and that's the typical problem faced by very many water supplying companies, so meaning the poor condition of the water supply, pipeline network, and also unregistered water consumption, etc., which does not facilitate, and all of those aspects do not facilitate the quality of water supplies. That is why in Mykolaiv our efforts are aimed at improving the situation. Also, I would like to shortly focus on the range of challenges we faced when implementing the projects in times of war. Definitely, we face the following. Currently, despite there are a lot of ways of finance and attracting finance, and a lot of international organizations are financing different projects in Ukraine. It's difficult to implement them because of the lack of the resources or because of the fact that there is the active mobilization taking place, and unfortunately, the contractors, the organizations lose their staff members, personnel. That is why very many of the planned projects that were supposed to be conducted in some period of time, now those works are suspended or prolonged or delayed, and it's a real problem. It's difficult sometimes to work under such circumstances. We initiate new projects, but the resources issue, that's the question that is still open. And new norms concerning the bomb shelters, they are now relevant, and if we are going to build up the facilities, water purification facilities, we should definitely allocate additional budget for this, and not always it is possible to find such allocations. So that is why those water supply companies who are going to modernize their systems, they should take this factor into consideration, involving some additional resources of finances for the installations and to meet the demands of the law, for them to be aligned with the law and standards. Here we can see some of the projects being designed, and because of the active mobilization and generally the market of project design is underdeveloped, and there are very little specialists or they are overloaded. That is why many of the projects are delayed at the stage of design, because it's quite, here we can speak that that's the bottleneck. And we can move forward, and we definitely keep our eyes towards the future, and we trust that in the future we're going to engage a lot of financing, and water supply companies can use those opportunities. And I would recommend that you in advance should think and develop the teams of water supply companies, meaning the context of creating the groups of implementation of the projects, for them to be started with the technical, financial, and legal advisors, for have the possibility to actively participate in international financial organizations projects, and to be able to engage the managers, professionals to the project, because even the average project with the international organization financing requires the work of such a manager, because that's the permanent work with a huge scope of documents, meaning technical documentation, financial documentation, contracts, as well as some documents dealing with the compliance and policies of integrity, etc. And a couple of things to mention. As for the practical recommendations, we have faced the following. Quite frequently, the projects are blocked for the reason that the water supply company may have their project design documentation, but the copyright would not belong to the water supply company. And as a result, it's difficult to organize sometimes the activity and all of the works with the design of the documentation, because, for example, a new contractor may enter the activity and it's difficult to coordinate the activities in such a case. So we suggest to pay attention that together with the documentation, for you to receive the copyright for this project design documentation. So in the future, the implementation of the design to be rather efficient and successful. As for the contractors, we are really waiting for you to join us. Dear contractors working in the water management sector, participate in tenders within the framework of the projects being financed by NEFCO. You can find the correspondent announcement or calls for procurement on the NEFCO website. You can see the link on the screen. The benefit, the advantage of participation is that here we speak about the project of high level, and here we can in complex implement the technical solutions. And if we speak about these procurements, you can participate in the format of unions, of companies, which do not require the registration of the individual proprietor, meaning to be a legal person, a legal entity. So it means the simplified approach, and you can, with your joint efforts, demonstrate your potential and your experience of implementing of such projects. And what also is really important to mention, we have come to the format when we implement the projects with the format which is ready-made, and those interested in participating in such projects, they should have quite a professional with a huge expertise, that a project department or project professional who can deal with the big infrastructural projects. Thank you so much for your attention. I would be more than happy to answer your questions. Thank you so much, Ms. Irina. And I'm really delighted to hear that owing to your activity, we have the possibility to work for the sake of many of Ukrainian contractors. And I also wanted to mention in the introductory part that NEFCO, that's the ecological fund. And we can understand that there should be the result, qualitative result, ecological, sustainable one, if we speak about those finances invested. And this asset, the quality asset that should stay in Ukrainian community and for Ukrainian society. Thank you so much once again. And we can continue. Mr. Alexander, I can see we have Bogdan Sinchuk, a local coordinator in Ukraine, Svet Fund. Mr. Sinchuk, please, you can take your seat on the stage.
Так, на вступ представити
I would like to introduce Svet Fund. I'm not sure I have to do this, but I would like to remind you that this is the fund owing to which Sweden as a state can invest money into Ukraine, and it would be really interesting to learn their experience, how they do this. It's over to you. The microphone, you have it. You can switch it on. Ira, it's over to you. Here it is.
Good morning, dear colleagues. It is very pleasant that such a number projects which represented at this fair, and so many people. I'm Bogdan Sinchuk. I represent Svet Fund in Ukraine, Svet Fund in Ukraine. Having two missions in Ukraine, basically. One is investment into the private sector, and the second is facilitation and launching of projects for the sphere of rural communities, urban communities, big and small, and for state agencies and state companies. State-run. And we call it a feasibility study and capacity building. Well, Svet Fund provides a grant on request to the communities which are capable and can prove that they have a team capable of starting operations and starting developing the project. So I am going to dwell on the projects which are being implemented, have been implemented by Svet Funds with water supply and water drain And the key thing is capacity, Marina said, and for any project in Ukraine. Let me be frank here. If a community identifies, puts up a team that is capable, it is, then the project is developed and the feasibility study is offers good enough to be eligible for the funding. In our communication with communities, we put a very clear question. What's your vision of fundraising? Where do you see the sources of funding for the SWED Fund eligible projects? SWED Fund does not want to generate any feasibility studies to be piled up in some cabinet. This is the foundation for working or groundwork for further proceedings with other financial institutions. Well, in fact, it is very easy. We have the procedures, we have a communication which is free. But last year I met Mayor Director Manager of Водоканал Chornomorsk, who was very convincing, and we had a set of meetings and the talks continued for 6 months or so, but then the project was launched with the international consultant appointment for Chornomorsk-Odessa region. Well, the reason why I am making this presentation in English, because all the communication is English. We are on our way to the EU, English, the language of international communication. And this is a crucial element of capacity building. We should not think that this is an impediment, so not having the proficiency in English for the community, but it is a great advantage. You can save time. And if online meetings, so it's 30 minutes without interpretations, an hour with interpretation. And 30 minutes of our time is a lot of money. And I am here to represent a Swedish organization. Every minute costs. SWED Fund is a financial institution and governmental, and our taxpayers in Sweden contribute to the funds question. We started our operations not such a long time ago, 112. This is 911. In Europe, it's 112. The only emergency service call number to take care of health, fire safety, police, gas supply, natural gas supply, household, and the grant is provided for the MOI, Ministry of Interior. The system is being piloted in Kyiv, but this is not about water. Let me say that the procedure itself is a lengthy process. I try to describe that, but this is an important project. Those who have been with us for a year and a half, learned a lot in terms of how to prepare a project, how to work with international consulting companies, how to work with the Ukrainian subcontractors. And when we invite international consulting companies, we point out to them that for successful implementation in the Ukrainian implementation, contractor for Ukrainian projects. For example, my colleagues failed to come to Kyiv, and you know the reason was the notification coming from the US and the flight from Stockholm was sent. So we have to wait for the permit for the flight, and if you apply for tenders for feasibility studies, you need a Ukrainian partner always as a contractor for a Ukrainian project. When we evaluate proposals, one of the elements is project manager who should be able to prove that they are one of the best for the task, key experts, non-key experts, auxiliary experts, and then we start thinking about the Ukrainian side and the consulting exercise, consulting task. And then the Ukrainian team, they know Kyiv is a big village, well, a conglomerate of big villages. So it's about your profile, your reliability, the background, and when we finalize as the output, we have the best proposals from consulting companies. They get the contract and they start their work, their operations. Well, this lasts for 1 year or so from the point of view, from the point in time when you sign and up, and then 1 year for the feasibility study that is prepared for 6 months. So from the point of contact till the final report, it's 1.5. It's streamlined as far as the Ukrainian conditions are concerned. The capacity of your community is higher than that. We can cut on the preparatory period. Instead of 6 months, we can have 3. And in that case, the realistic picture is this. After 3 months, you can get a feasibility study and you can apply to the European EIB, EBRD for bigger communities, 20, 30, 50 million euros as the threshold. We are in cooperation with many and in communication with many FIs and IFIs. We are looking for the ones able to fund it. Well, we have some kind of a comeback, but there are no funds available as far as the US is concerned. But there are other jurisdictions. Belgians recently started a big project. I hope that they will be able to support this initiative. When Chernihiv or Kyiv region gets a feasibility study, for us, it's 1.5 year. And if you can convince the fund to fund your work, to provide you with the necessary the cash, this is very important. So we are there for you. And this mechanism works. This is the trilateral agreement, so-called. We have the owner community, smaller or bigger, with geography from Lozova, south, Chornomorsk, Kotlova, in the west it's Truskovets, Burштин, Lviv, Novovolynsk. Our projects cover more or less all Ukraine. We'd like to ask for Cherkasy region and Kropivnitsky. Still we have no one there. In Pavlograd we do have some projects, and every Annually, 500,000, 600,000, 700,000. We have to invest in project development. We need communication with the regions where we have no projects yet. This is the first one for Kremenchuk, and you can see in this picture the meeting of the mayor and head of the consulting company from Sweden. They have already concluded this project on alternative water supply for Kremenchuk. And they are in active negotiations with the organizations which might be interested in funding this project. This is the checklist of projects already implemented. The description in English is available. I did it on purpose. Those who will to read it should find a way to do that. It's on the site of Swed Fund. And the last project is Vila Cerkov for water supply. I would like to say, again, where there's a will, there's a way. And if the door is not open for you, there's a window. If not a window, then the roof can be removed. Just take my word for it. The process is quite clear. Everyone who approached us, no one was attended, and Lozova, let me say, we need new waste management fund. They said, so we can work as the accelerator. Swed Fund, that's what we do. But let's revisit your priorities. After 15 minutes, we realized that it is all about water. And we started water drainage in Lozova, sewerage, water supply, and in a couple of weeks we will be prepared to announce the winning bidder for Lozova. Chornomorskaya Water started now, started in and they have to upgrade the water treatment facilities and use the treated water with the thermal pumps, to contribute this water into the water supplies network. This is the first ever project of this kind in Ukraine, and the experience is here to stay, I believe, and the positive one that we have already started in some municipalities and even villages we have concluded. And Swed Fund is not obsessed with the objectivity. So we have Koblovo, Dobroslav, we have the first stage included for Burstin, the second stage, and then Truskovets. Truskovets is a smaller town, but from this point of view, and we understand the funding requests, but we give them the chance, the chance. If you are interested, if you would like to fund this project, we are there for you. We are not. We do not cling to big metropolitan areas, big urban centers. We are doing the right thing for Ukraine. If you have any questions, I'm prepared to answer them. And And Gennady Rudenko is a project manager. I do water projects. I have other, starting with IT and concluding with healthcare. So it doesn't matter what the nature of the project. It's all about communication. It's all about our experience with. And so we have to start the implementation process. Well, thank you very much for your attention, for the opportunity. Thank you, Bogdan. Thank you, Swed Fund, for this important first step for the better management of the water resources. This is very important, and after that we should find other institutions that can promote this to another better level. One of them is EIB, European Investment Bank. So the floor goes to Krysenko, who is head of the Ukrainian office of EIB. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. As Bogdan said, we have to communicate in incorporating Ukrainian English. So let me use your language. It's my command, perfect yes. So sometimes I have to look for words and switch to English. Thank you, Alexander, for your invitation. Thank you, the Ukrainian Water Association. And I started in October 2024. I'm new to this. This is an excellent opportunity to meet you community, and present our activities here in Ukraine. Well, I would like to use the triple S, standard, synergy, and scale. Scalability. I would like to present our work here in Ukraine in the water sector and our plans for the future in cooperation with the partners. Because, for example, the NEFCA, Swedbank, and our French partners already. Well, EIB is the EU bank. Our shareholders are members of this union, member countries. When the process of Euro integration is concluded, we will become also experts and actors. We have been around since 2007, and we have invested generally 8.7 billion euros. We are one of the biggest investors here in Ukraine, and we sped up, and in 2014, that was the critical point for the start of the war and full-scale invasion in 2022. And as a EIB, we work hand in hand, not just with Ukraine, but the European Commission is there to protect our private sector investment and adding grants, so matching contribution. Our activities in Ukraine, we are active in every single sector, but it's mostly transportation and energy, as far as you're concerned. But after 2014, we have been trying to increase our support for municipal infrastructure. And about that, we'll talk a bit later. Well, I have to use figures. What we do for Ukraine here, we mobilized our teams very quickly in 2022, and 3 weeks after the full-scale invasion, we were already providing 668 million euros to speed up, to expedite projects in critical sectors and provide for critical needs of Ukraine. During the first month of the full-scale invasion, you can see that for transportation, where we are very capable and powerful, we provided 650 million to Ukravtodor, Ukrainian Motorway Agency, and we're working with the Ukrainian Railway, Ukrzavozys, 350 million. We have broken down, we have provided for the Ministry of Development of Territories and Communities of Ukraine. And we are trying to increase our support for the municipal sector in Ukraine. These are figures. Now, what should we prepare correctly and how this should be done? As EIB, we have to work with the legislation of the EU law, and you have great prospects to become part of it. So, we can see the scale. I have demonstrated based on these figures, and we now approaching standards. For that, so we need different programs for technical assistance. One of the biggest is EU4U, EU for Ukraine. This is the trust fund which was created after the full-scale invasion with the 16 member countries contributing. We have 400 million euros there that should be assigned not just to the project but also preparation of the project that we choose to support. And for water, as far as water is concerned, we work more or less from the very beginning. Our mandate is construction, and in 1957 we were created for reconstruction, recovery of Europe after the Second World War, and I can see the big difference here. And we do not expect the end of the war happen before we start helping. We're helping now. For water, we invest 3 billion euros annually, and basically it's been 50 years, and we've had about 400 projects in the EU as well as beyond, mostly in the EU, but we also support many projects in the neighborhood countries to pave the way to the approximation, the adoption of the standards. We are active in Ukraine. Now the key document was water sector orientation, EIB, water sector orientation. This is available. EIB.org is our web page, and if you are interested, you refer to it. It is a complicated document, a big one, but it is very river basin approach, climate adaptation, development, water research and innovation. We have such rubrics there. And these are figures again. My colleague bankers on the figures. Naturally, we are active in different regions, and you can see difference between 2023 and 2024 for our activities in the neighborhood countries, Ukraine included. And ours are long-term projects. That means that not every year we have some records that we have to select carefully, we have to monitor the implementation. So it's not every year that we work and proceed, keeping the pace like you in Ukraine. And we stay with the standards, continue with them. A great part of our mission, or our mandate is to invest 50% into environmental sustainability, climatic change. And we have the climatic change standards, environmental sustainability and taxonomy. And we evaluate all our projects from the point of view of both climate and environmental sustainability. 71% of all the projects gets praised for the contribution. These are also some complicated documents interesting for the specialists. So this is just an example of our standards. This is roadmap environmental social standards. I worked on environmental social standards in 2022, developing it before being appointed here. And in Ukraine, we have two main approaches, and the third as is synergy, and we are looking for synergy both with the government, with the private sector, the governmental sector, and other partners. So now we have the municipal level, and we have signed the first tranche in October 2021 after an inconvenient visit here. And this is the framework project stays with the Ministry for Development of Communities and Territories. They will distribute and disperse the fund for water supply. Can be a replacement network, water treatment facilities, filtration plants, can be waste water. And we start with a concourse with the advisory group, with the experts from the ministry, experts not from the ministry, that select the projects and help to look for the funds, look for the way to fund them. The second is about recovery. This is together with the UNDP, helping with preparation, monitoring, and so forth. Our programs on recovery are 640 million euros in terms of money for 3 different recovery programs. They are very general, can be water, it can be education, can be healthcare. Everything that municipalities need for critical service provisions in Ukraine. And the first program and we provided in tandem with the UNDP, it works well. And in this way, well, we have already provided for more than 400 different projects in the territory of Ukraine. And this slide demonstrates that we have a lot of technical assistance. And the technical assistance programs, it's the EU for Ukraine that we launched together with the EU members, as you remember. And today we have our expert, Viktor Doroshenko, who is available. He can answer your questions in some detail. Other preparation, monitoring, project monitoring, technical assistance programs, EIB justice. We have many technical specialists who have assisted many member countries for approximation with the European Union. They also work with candidates. They started their work here in October 2025 for transport, energy, and by this summer we expect to have expert in residence for the water sector. Other programs we implement with other partners, for example, Eastern Partnership,
European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Together with them, we have implemented one of the projects. We have a lot of such examples. Thank you so much. I didn't have to switch to English. Sorry for my mistakes in Ukrainian. But what we should remember after today's presentation, triple S, skills, synergy, and standards. So that's the short resume, that's the mean how we work, that's the way how we work. So we will try to facilitate the appearance of the possibilities to collaborate with you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Christina, and thank you for your great Ukrainian. And I want to say I'm jealous. And we've heard that EIB take care of climate in their projects. We've heard about NEFCO and the ecological environmental challenges. Now I would like to give it over to Mr. Soren Moller, the representative of one of the countries helping Ukrainian water supply management and systems, and they are actively working on sustainable development and challenges, sustainable combating the challenges. As for water supply, I would like to give it over to Mr. Soren Moller, the representative of IFU, the International Financial Investment Fund for Developing Countries. Mr. Soren, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I apologize for not being able to be there in person, and I'm sitting here in our office in Kyiv, and hopefully I'll be able to meet up with all of you some other time. I'll just share my presentation here. So, are you able to see my presentation? I think you are.
Yes, we can see it. Yes, we can see it.
Right, great. Thank you so much. So, as mentioned, I represent IFU. IFU is just hold on. IFU is the Danish development finance institution, and we actually are quite an old institution dating back from 1967. IFU is a government-owned organization, and we engage in activities all over the world. We have more than 1,000 investments all over the world, more than 100 countries, with offices around the world. We also, happily enough, we have our office here in Kyiv in Ukraine. And we have been active in Ukraine for more than 25 years and have made more than a total of 60 investments and projects. As a Danish DFI, we have extensive capital under management, and in 2024 we reached about 2.5 billion euros under management, which is at all-time high, but we're still aiming at achieving even higher, and expect to have in the region of 5 billion euros under management by 2030. Now, promoting investments is the mandate of IFU. We promote investments and we make impact. And especially we support sustainable development through different facilities, both to private and to public sector. We work through three different product areas, being the government funded, the blended finance, and the development finance. And for private sector investments in Ukraine, we use our Ukraine facility, which is a state-backed facility. And here we provide equity and debt to private sector investments, and have at the moment 19 investments in our portfolio. For public sector investments, which is more relevant today, we do these through our project called Danida Sustainable Infrastructure Finance, which has been part of the Danish development program for many years. And this is the area and the product that I will focus on now today. So within Danida Sustainable Infrastructure Finance, we dedicated to transforming communities by providing concessional finance for sustainable infrastructure projects, especially focusing on the area of water and green energy. The way we do that is by providing loans and grants to sovereign or sub-sovereign counterparts. And our approach include long-term loans, low interest rates, and grants for technical assistance and capacity and pipeline building. As you can see, we've been operating throughout the world, and quite a number of examples of water supply, sanitation, energy distribution projects. And when we're working on projects, we collaborate with partners to co-finance either single large scale, as well as portfolio or smaller projects. But most importantly, we mainly work with partners who will assist us in implementing in a fast, sustainable fashion. So over the last 4 years, DSIF has invested in the region of 50 million euros in Ukraine. This is just a map of some of the projects we are engaged in. We already heard Irina talk about from NEFCO, talking about some of the projects that we are doing with NEFCO. But we have in 2024 issued new grants for 4 projects in Ukraine within wastewater and energy at a total of around 50 million euros. So as you can see, projects are widespread across the country, also in some areas which are difficult at the moment, which means that they have been put on hold. But we're happy to be able to work with various cities as Lviv and the Lviv wastewater treatment plant projects, where we are both building new biogas facility for the existing treatment plants, but also working on rehabilitation of existing wastewater treatment plants facilities. We're also working with projects in Kremenchuk, where we have been both working on emergency district heating, but also more long-term district heating projects, which are currently under implementation. And lastly, Mykolaiv, which is an area dear to our hearts, since Denmark has pledged itself to help assist in the rebuilding of Mykolaiv. We have several projects, and also been working with NEFCO on 3 water projects for the upgrading of water supply and sewage infrastructure, and also feasibility studies for wastewater plants. So as you can see, we're already active. We are looking for projects all along, but we do see that there are some issues and challenges, just as you heard previously today. And some of the challenges is that within these SIF, we typically work with sovereign counterparts. And the Ukrainian Ministry of Finance approved very few loans, which is an obstacle for us. We also see that big public infrastructure projects may suffer a higher risk, especially within energy. And lastly, we often lack strong implementing partners who can help us locally with implementing projects, compliance, and so forth. This is where we often rely on partners like NEFCO or others, but still capacity is low, and there are many projects. So what we try to do is we try to work on smaller projects with the overall lower risk, find partners and local partners for implementation. And we also have a higher degree on concessionarity, which means that we use more grants than we use loans. So by doing that, we hope to be able in the many years to come to help in assist in rebuilding Ukraine, not only within the water area, but also within other areas as district heating and renewable energy. So with those words, and I think we are almost able to keep our time schedule, I'm open for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for such a short presentation. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but yet we have our dear guest, Ms. Matilda Arzakovsky, who is going to tell us about France's efforts. Today, we are speaking about the European countries helping Ukraine, and today it's going to be our last country for today. But I trust we're going to have another countries, we're going to have another conferences, and we will be able to engage more and more countries. Today, it would be really interesting to know the experience of France. Thank you so much, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Christian, dear colleagues. I would love to present in Ukrainian, and I would like, first of all, to say thank you for this opportunity to represent the activity of France as for the water supply, that's strategically important area for Ukraine. And that's the area where we have a lot of possibilities to collaborate between our countries. Just a second. As you can know, France has a powerful efforts as for one of the sectors, uniting more than 5,000 companies, 28 billion euro, that's their turnover. And you know, Villiers, yes, Essor, and other companies, you know, and some small innovative enterprises and the prominent producers of equipment like PAM, and their products are used in more than 120 countries all over the world. The power of French model is in its integrity. They combine the industrial engineering as for the water supply companies, activity, etc., digital technologies, etc. This model is actively being exported. I hope it will be possible in Ukraine. Our active participation in Ukraine has started long ago. In one of the sectors, we had projects in Mariupol and Luhansk. Unfortunately for the full-scale invasion, those projects were suspended, but France, despite the active phase of war, has been increasing our presence here in Ukraine. This slide demonstrates that here we have the state operators supporting French companies abroad, in Ukraine as well. You can see we have the Export Credit Agency and our group, IFDEL, Agent Français, and that's the French Development Agency, Business France. And here we have the representative in this room, whom you can address at the end of the meeting. That's the state organization helping. This is a company that helps other companies to export to Ukraine and to engage investments to France. I'm demonstrating this. I believe that there are not so many countries in the world where there are all of the tools available there. And in Ukraine, all of the tools are used, meaning grants, loans. We have special insurance and in case of the military risk. You have all of the information available on this side. Recently, we have concluded the grant agreement between France and Ukraine as for facilitating the support to critical infrastructure in Ukraine, meaning 200 million euro grant, which we signed recently, and we already have 19 projects. The French companies, together with Ukrainian companies, which in critical sectors of Ukraine are present, and the water sector. And we are financing projects, and I will give you some more details. And we are explaining the French companies the following. We are telling them the main thing is, as all of the tools are available, it's important to be present in Ukraine now and not to wait till the end of the war, to be active in Ukraine and to position themselves here. Here we can see a lot of projects on reconstruction implemented by our colleagues, and it's a message to our French companies, message, come here and work here. We have the whole range of tools available. Here the slides will be distributed, so I would like to mention that this military risk insurance, if you deal with a French company, you can say, for example, we've heard from the companies that, not only French ones, sometimes it's okay to invest into Ukraine, but sometimes in terms of perception, the war seems to be everywhere. Here, infrastructure can be attacked at any location. It can be so, but we now have the tool which covers 97.5% of the general investment, meaning the risk at the end the company risks less this way, and for big companies it's a good reason for the company to come to Ukraine, directly to Ukraine right away before the end is over. A couple of projects, some particular ones we have recently launched, meaning within the framework of this grant fund. First, we started the project with Sankalbam, the French company in Kryvyi Rih. It's about providing the water to the city of Kryvyi Rih. The project for almost 15 million euro, 14.9, that's the grant, and the company will be building 13 kilometers of some specific pipes, which will help to increase the scopes of water delivered to the city. And this project also includes the exchange of technologies, training local specialists and communities, collaboration with Ukrainian companies as well. On this slide, you can see the other project, but it's rather about energy. Simply, here it is to demonstrate the projects we finance. I've seen the stand, Schneider here, and for Kharkiv, Vodokanal, for the Kharkiv Kyiv water supply company, they modernize the equipment which helps to provide water supply and water drainage in Kharkiv. 9 million euro almost, that's the grant. And coming back to the French Agency of Development, French Development Agency, which now is present in Ukraine, they also had the project in one of the sectors in Kryvyi Rih to renovate and improve the water supply systems and water purifying, which can help to 16,000 people for them to have access to drinking water. These are a couple of projects I would like to highlight and mention that probably the French Development Agency Group offer loans and grants and technical assistance to the private sector, public sector, and they have 400 million loans, and also they have grants offered to communities, and water to them is the key sector. But my main message here today is that French companies now come to Ukraine and are searching for Ukrainian partners. And I think it's really important to have consortiums, joint projects, and European Investment Bank mentioned finance, and there are big financings to one of the sectors. And I believe exchange and expertise from one side, French companies, from another, Ukrainian companies, been staying here, knowing much better the system, how it all works. It's really important, and all together in the consortium, they can look for financing, and French companies can share their experience, how it happens in Europe. And if we speak about the standards, it's really also important. It's an important thing. For the upcoming weeks and months, we are waiting for the delegation of French companies being present here in Ukraine with the plans to stay in Ukraine in the future. It's an opportunity to have B2B, business-to-business meetings and to have better understanding of the needs in Ukraine. And through the Embassy of France, we can coordinate all of the operators here in Ukraine, and the business been present here, and it's easy to coordinate then this way, this interaction between French and Ukrainian companies. It's also possible, and I would like to highlight this, SARDI, one of the key coordinational bodies on reconstruction at the Ministry of Development of Communities, Territories and Integration of Ukraine, asked and requested France with the request to share experience and to provide the expertise support in one of the sectors. And again, it proves the trust towards French model. I know that the time flies. I would like to mention that France completely is mobilized for the support of Ukraine, not only through financing, but also generally. Practically, this collaboration is really important. We would like to engage intercompany partnerships, and we trust in potential Ukrainian companies, and together we can build long-term projects and implement them. And now it's really important to do it now. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much, Matilda. And dear friends, you've heard a lot that our international partners all the time are looking for Ukrainian partners. And we, as the Ukrainian Water Association, we trust that we have to help here. And we also would love to facilitate the collaboration with the international partners, and to do it this way that the pan-Ukrainian market to be more attractive. It's not the first event with the international partners, and it's not the last one. There will be some other events in the future, so join us. We will keep collaborating, and I hope that soon this initiative those initiatives will be expanded. We'll have more money, not only money, but also the expertise with the support of our international partners. Thank you, everyone. All the best to all of you. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Thank you, dear panelists, Mr. Bogdan, Mr. Matilda, Ms. Christina. Ms. Matilda, thank you for such an optimistic ending of the meeting. Thank you so much, dear partners, for your support. Ukraine facing such challenging period. And thank you for your efforts to modernize Ukraine, to improve Ukrainian practices aligned with their international experience. Dear friends, we are finishing our panel discussions. We are now finalizing our discussions. Thank you so much, Ms. Olena Kononenko, the director of Aquatherm Exhibition Kyiv, and the initiator of the project to rebuild Ukraine. And we are expanding our community, our impact. We don't stop working. Our key conferences, there are 2 of them, in fall and in spring. You can see them, you participate in them. We invite everyone to collaborate with us. But our current activity, weekly, daily meetings in different committees of Ukrainian Water Association. We invite you to become our partners, to become our ambassadors, to become our members of Ukrainian Water Association. Our activity is as transparent as possible, and we are interested in our partners, whether they are from Ukraine or international platforms, for them to see that our activity is transparent, open, and it is based on democratical values. So join our community, subscribe on us on YouTube and social media, become a part of the community of water modernization of Ukraine. Thank you for your participation.